Hey, yeah, this song was just from a subscriber too, this introduction music. So this guy is a subscriber who just made this song here. So we've been using that as intro music. So what's up, guys? Thanks for coming over to the show. And I kind of want to go over this something I found from Business Insider, and this is on how sociopaths actually work. From looks to be like a kind of a privileged white woman hoe.
In clinical psychology, and I am a diagnosed sociopath.
And thank you for being here. Thanks.
Is everything I'm authorized to tell you.
Thanks for showing up.
People like to believe that sociopaths are one-dimensional serial killers because, in a way, if every sociopath looks like that, then sociopaths would be easy to spot.
Since you guys got here from another room, let's actually. This is from a subscriber. Everybody take a. You need to go to the bathroom or something, or pour yourself a drink or anything like that. I understand you guys watched another show. I'm gonna put the StreamYard link up, and then we'll do like a proper start to a good show. Okay. That was damn near perfect timing. So what I want to go to is this. This is called How Sociopaths Actually Work. And I think that we have a lot of sociopaths in our society and whatnot. So we'll just watch this, and I think I'm going to make this kind of the theme to go over and discuss.
My name is Patrick Agney. I have a doctorate in
Thanks for tuning in and stuff.
And I am a diagnosed sociopath. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. People like to believe that sociopaths are one-dimensional serial killers because, in a way, if every sociopath looks like that, then sociopaths would be easy to spot. You won't have to worry whether you're married to one or living next door to one or having birthed one, when the truth is most sociopaths resemble normal people.
Yeah. And a lot of times they're not held accountable that we see of, too. They're able to get away with it quite a bit.
It's a really complex and layered question because the term sociopath is no longer used clinically. But if you're looking at it through that lens, that the classic sociopath is someone who struggles.
She puts the hoe in sociopath. Oh!
To understand the learned social emotions. So everyone has like a sort of hardwired set of emotions. These are the inherent emotions: happiness, sadness, etc. But there is another set of emotions that are learned. These are things like empathy, compassion, shame, remorse. We are taught these things mostly through modeling by caregivers. Sociopaths struggle to learn those emotions. There's been a lot of talk about the sociopathic mask and how sociopaths mask in order to charm and
do you guys think social media has helped that or harmed that? And the, vapid culture and everything, or is that maybe just people are becoming sociopathic, so then they become more vapid and stuff? I'm not really quite sure.
Commit harm, when in reality, we mask for the same reasons that everyone else masks. It's easier to get through life if you are acting like everyone else does. I am masking right now. If I wasn't, I would have a much flatter affect. I wouldn't be as friendly perceiving, which isn't to say that I would be mean or that I would want to harm you or anyone in this studio, but I would probably be blinking less. I wouldn't be as engaging. But again, I think this is very relatable. I was very problematic for teachers in elementary school in particular, because whereas at home, I worked pretty hard to fly under the radar and not cause any problems. I didn't do that so much at school. I got in trouble a lot. As a child, I felt this emotional claustrophobia. And the only way...
Claustrophobia.
that I was able to neutralize that claustrophobia was to act out in a way that was destructive. I don't know why.
I wonder if she's going to end up being a 304. But like, put a 1 in the chat. And I haven't seen this, and I'm not. I mean, I call their 304 as a joke, but she might not be. But put a 1 in the chat if you think that's going to. There's going to be some 304ing involved in her, psychotic breaks and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised because she's pretty good looking. Okay.
Why? I just knew.
Or like was in her heyday, at least.
When I was in elementary school in San Francisco, there was a little girl that I was friends with, and I remember the day that I attacked this child. I had been feeling tremendous pressure. And on this particular day, I had been engaging in small acts of deviance in order to sort of neutralize the pressure.
Small acts of deviance. Yeah. I don't know. But Keyshawn puts a 1. Julia put a 1. And I'm sure there's, yeah, basically, yeah, that's going to be my prediction. It's going to be but it's a symptom. It's not really her just doing it. It's a symptom of doing it. Oh, I almost paused it exactly 304 too, which would have been funny.
And it hadn't been working. And there was a child who was standing next to me and provoking me in a way that shouldn't have mattered. And I just remember feeling the impulse to hurt her. And so I grabbed
a demon.
The pencil out of my
demonic demonic possession of the hoe.
My backpack, and I stabbed her with it.
Oh my God. Wow.
And I knew that it was wrong.
And how much you want to bet that she did well? Like their family probably has money and she did well. Like they probably own like businesses and stuff.
Wrong. But again, I understood this intellectually, not emotionally. But what was the most troublesome for me was when I stabbed this child, not only did the pressure I was experiencing at the time go away, but it was replaced by a type of euphoria. It was almost like being high. I did it, and then I walked away, and I walked home, and it just felt so good. But it wasn't the harming of another child that felt good. It was the euphoria that it elicited. That sounds.
Well, it's the fact that you didn't give a shit about it. So as far as I know, like one of the main traits of someone who's a sociopath is the lack of empathy. They just have like no empathy for anything else. So it's not really that they don't know about others. It's just they have no like empathy. Like at all. Like even if it's like an animal dying in front of them and stuff, like they just don't give a shit.
Crazy in the sense that harming someone else made me feel.
Therefore, they do this at the blink of an eye some of the times.
Good. But it wasn't the act of harming another child. It was the act of doing something very destructive. This kid was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I grew up just outside of San Francisco, and my upbringing was really normal. Although
probably wealthy.
I hate to use that word. I did, however, grow up during a time where we hardly had words for anxiety and depression, much less sociopathy. My parents did the best they could, but they weren't equipped to deal with.
She's a dog!
A child like me. And I would imagine most parents aren't. And my father was in the music business. So he was very charming and outgoing. My mother was a traditional, perfect homemaker from the South. I would listen to my mother say to my sister, you want to get good grades. You want to make your teacher happy, right? And I remember watching my sister, oh yes, I definitely, you don't want your teacher to be upset at you. And no, I don't want.
Yeah. Like this live, guys, so I can reach a broader audience. would be cool. Uh, when it's a smaller channel like this, it's important to do that because I'm like, um, I have a ton of watch time, but I would like to get just more subscribers. So if you're new here, I would appreciate it. Unlike
My
this
teacher to be upset.
sociopathic
And I
304.
remember listening to this conversation and thinking, I don't really care what my teacher thinks or if she's happy or sad. And I also understood that saying that was not a great idea. That when I was asked, I should just nod and open my eyes really wide, like my sister does, and say, yes, no, I don't want my teacher to be mad at me. And admitting to that gets me in trouble for no other reason than because it's not how I'm, quote unquote, supposed to feel. So I learned to lie and manipulate
See?
other people's reactions very early. Again, not because I was trying to hurt others, but because I was just trying.
Because you were trying to serve yourself. That's what she should be saying. And you're just a speed. See, remember, she's a sociopath, so she's trying to like take care of people's feelings now. So this is just her trying to like verbalize her own bullshit.
To go unnoticed. Anytime I was honest with someone about the way that I
Sorry,
was,
let me rewind that.
I don't really care what my teacher thinks or if she's happy or sad. And I also understood that saying that was not a great idea. That when I was asked, I should just nod and open my eyes really wide, like my sister does, and say, yes, no, I don't want my teacher to be mad at me. And admitting to that gets me in trouble for no other reason than because it's not how I'm, quote unquote, supposed to feel. So I learned to lie and manipulate other people's reactions very early. Again, not because I was trying to hurt others, but because I was just trying to go unnoticed. Anytime I was honest with someone about the way that I was really feeling, it was always met with judgment and a lot of times anger and frustration. So I learned to lie as a protective mechanism. And over time, that developed into just a maladaptive lifestyle strategy. I believe that I am one of those kids with that inherent manipulative temperament, which sort of predisposed me to.
Really, a blonde chick who's, look at this, doing a selfie back then. Or this was their version of a selfie. And she thought she was being like an edgy artist right here, too. Sociopaths learn to mask their feelings. Definitely typical sociopathic chick. Okay.
A higher likelihood of being antisocial.
Also, too, I want to take note how the digital world is better for it can make us all a little more sociopathic because like when we say something over the internet or do something, we can't really, it's easy just to like not care about it because they're like, you never really see them or something, but you really could have like an effect. So it's changed the playing field. So like these people, but these people would do it when they had to do it face to face somebody as well.
But I can't point to any specific trauma. I do know that having a dad in the music business and watching him sort of navigate and be charming, I think I learned very early that I don't really need emotion. I can just do what he does, which is smile and be affable and you get what you want. But I can't speak to a specific environmental cause.
Wait a second. Was she saying the dad was a complete shill or something? She basically said that her dad was just a complete like shill. This might actually like answer this. We might even be able to heal this woman by telling her the real shit.
To any specific trauma. I do know that having a dad in the music business and watching him sort of navigate and be charming, I think I learned very early that I don't really need emotion. I can just do what he does, which is smile and be affable and you get what you want. But
he probably sold drugs or something that she just doesn't know.
Can't speak to a specific environmental cause. I knew from a very young age that I wanted to live in a nice house and I wanted to have a relationship and I wanted to have a family, but I also understood that The only way for me to get those things would be to interact pro-socially with other people. It is beneficial to me to act pro-socially, so I do. My childhood was spent masking. I was just trying to survive. But over time, it became really exhausting. And when I try to remind people who are resistant to the idea of helping sociopaths, I try to remind them, these people at one point were all children. Wouldn't you want to help a child? And of course, the answer is always yes.
So wait a minute, what? Wait a minute, what?
Navigate and be charming. I think I learned very early that developed into just a maladaptive lifestyle strategy. I believe that I am one of those kids with that inherent manipulative temperament, which sort of predisposed me to a higher likelihood of.
And she probably just bitched all the time as hard as she could and was like a very like powerful Karen, basically.
Of being antisocial, but I can't point to any specific trauma. I do know that having a dad in the music business and watching him sort of navigate and be charming, I think I learned very early that I don't really need emotion. I can just do what he does, which is smile and be affable, and you get what you want. But I can't speak to a specific environmental cause. I knew from a very young age that I wanted to live in a nice house and I wanted to have a relationship and I wanted to have a family, but I also understood that the only way for me to get those things would be to interact pro-socially with other people. It is beneficial to me to act pro-socially, so I do. My childhood was spent masking. I was just trying to survive. But over time, it became really exhausting. And when I try to remind people who are resistant to the idea of helping sociopaths, I try to remind them, these people at one point were all children.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about right here. This didn't make sense to me at all.
Resistant to the idea of helping sociopaths, I try to remind them, these people at one point were all children. Wouldn't you want to help a child? And of course, the answer is always yes.
So what does that have to do with you now, though? But you're not a kid anymore.
Constructive behavior typically elicits a dopamine release that I don't get. So doing something quote unquote kind, I don't feel that attaboy, that pride. It's more matter of fact. There was someone in the grocery.
So you're doing it not to serve you, you hoe. You're doing it because it's like helping people and stuff. So she's saying like that's like it justifies not doing it. How many of you have helped somebody and it wasn't like, the best feeling in the world? Like, I don't know, it's a good feeling, but it's not like, I don't know. I think you guys get what I mean. Like, and that I get it. That it makes things not as rewarding, but I don't think she really cared anyways.
Store who didn't have the money to pay for their groceries. So I paid for the groceries for this person behind me. And then I left the store. I wasn't doing it because I wanted any.
And she 100% drives like a BMW, this chick, 100%.
Credit, or this is a problem that needs to be solved, so I'm going to solve it for this person. But I don't get that hit of, wow, what a good person I am. That was a nice thing to do. But I do get it from something destructive. I get this jolt of.
So her reward system is all inverted. Or in her that makes her morals inverted too. So I guarantee you this lady's probably making like good money. Like she's like she's adapted herself to the like inverted world. So she understands how that is, but she also kind of can see that that's also backward.
Of feeling that sort of snaps me out of my pressure. In much the same way that someone who has obsessive compulsive disorder, they can't tell you why washing their hands 8 times or doing a series of rituals.
Well, the washing the hands, they want them to be clean.
Makes them feel less anxiety. It just does. And that was similar to what I was experiencing as a child. When I was a kid, I was at a sleepover and I decided to walk home in the middle of the night, which I understand is not a typical choice. And on that walk home, there was someone who had left their garage open in my neighborhood.
Oh my God. I hope she doesn't like harm a cat or something.
And I went into the garage and I actually got in the car that was in the garage. And I remember feeling so much peace. It was existing in a world where I knew I wasn't supposed to exist. It really neutralized the pressure that I had been feeling that day. As I got older, breaking into homes was my sort of go-to for neutralizing the pressure
No,
that I
look
would
at this
feel.
man.
And I never took anything. And I
Imagine being. Oh my God. Like, and she probably had a pretty good life too. You know what I mean? She had, you know, she couldn't be fulfilled. She also had to do something like this,
never did
basically.
anything destructive within the home. It didn't matter to me whether it was a huge house, small house, an occupied house. I started to lean more toward houses that weren't occupied for obvious reasons, but I found some regular places that I liked and I felt that I could get in and out of safely. And I would just
So this girl is a freak.
sit in the silence and I could feel all the pressure going away and all of the apathy flooding in, which is not, I don't believe that's normal. I think that when most neurotypical people find themselves in a house where they're not supposed to be, they're going to be anxious about it. Their heart's going to be racing. It was the exact opposite for me. And what I came to realize is this is how I want to feel. This, I don't care. I don't care. And it's okay. It's okay to feel apathetic. It's okay to
Just break into people's homes.
just have no emotion, to just sort of float. And what I found was that these regular acts of discipline deviance helped prevent more
Discipline deviance. This chick is getting all types of nasty. All types of nasty. Yeah. Yep. Well, she's she's a neurotypical liar, so this happens
spontaneous
all the time.
acts. And that was always a concern for me, particularly after
What is this weird earring here too? Is this an MK Ultra victim or something?
I had stabbed the little girl in my class. If I waited
Look
too
at
long,
this.
there was a
Oh my God, this might get bad.
possibility that I might not lose control, but resort to something more extreme. And I never wanted to be at the mercy of these compulsions. So as I got older, I started to engage in them almost like a prescription. I would do it whether I felt like it or not, just
She would just like practice it in her backyard or something, probably. Wow.
to keep the pressure at a manageable space there, so there wouldn't be any spikes. I did this for years. I mean, I like to joke that some people microdose mushrooms, whereas I like to microdose mischief.
You also stole cars. Was that the same general feeling?
Yes, it was exactly the same. And there was never any damage.
And I'm sure she gets mischievous in other ways too. That's what I'm saying. The 304ing, this is all to make her probably seem like more of a victim, and then she's like, well, after that, like the only thing I could do was like get in a relationship and cheat, because that was like lying and being somewhere I shouldn't be. That's probably what will come up.
Or there was never any like super destructive driving or anything like that. It was existing someplace I wasn't supposed to exist. And I figured I was dancing a fine line of was it wrong, in the sense that everyone whose cars I took, I engaged with in some way, and they were usually inebriated. So in the back of my head, I felt like for some reason I got pulled over or busted for this. I would have a very logical explanation. I have the
And
guys.
it'll be white, and it'll be white woman privilege too. Because sometimes that used to happen with cops, like maybe not currently right now, but back in the day in a suburban neighborhood and stuff, if like you seemed innocent enough, like you could kind of get off of a lot.
Keys. He gave them to me. I don't understand what the problem is. Over time, I realized,
Especially if she was kind of hot back in the day.
that doing that required a very specific set of circumstances. It required interacting with people to get the keys, and it was too much work. I just wanted to be able to get my hit, so to speak, without having to go through, without having to go to a party, without having to time it. It was a lot more work. It wasn't a moral choice. It was a selfish choice. I remember thinking my luck will run out.
See, it was selfish.
If I continue to do this, if I escalate, I will end up in jail, and I don't want to go to jail. There are other things that I want to do. I always felt very much as if I was floating in outer space. It was just this abyss, and I didn't know how far my lack of emotion would take me. And also because I saw sociopathy associated with monsters, there was a long time where I remember thinking, so is this just what happens? Like, I don't feel like a monster, but am I going to?
Yeah, but you don't not feel like one either when you do something bad. That's the problem. So in everyday life, you don't. But when you go to do something that you shouldn't be doing, then you don't either, and that's what the problem is here. And a ton of it's just white female entitlement, probably too. Yeah, sorry, I only have one screen, so I have one thing up at a time. Yeah, okay, remember, sociopathy, often referred to clinically as antisocial personality disorder, ASPD, is characterized by a persistent degree for social norms, rules, and the rights of others. Nice. Yeah, so she could just be stubborn, and like what I wanted to say too, like she's very entitled. I could view her as just being very entitled anyways, so that kind of also would justify her, like, well, it's not that big of a deal if I'm here or something like that. Like, I'm not a threat to anybody. It's not that big of a deal.
Wake up one day and suddenly want to.
But maybe she was doing this instead of alcohol and Xanax and stuff.
Kill people. It was scary. I was really relieved when I got the diagnosis, which is not something I think a neurotypical person would experience. But when I've spoken to others like me recently, I found that with them it was the same. I was relieved to get this diagnosis. I was relieved to see myself in your story, because I've always felt that there was something off, and now I had a name for it. And I also knew that I wasn't alone. There were at least enough people out there like me to justify a psychological
entitled white women who are just didn't get busted.
Disorder. Towards maybe the end of college, I had a conversation with my dad where I came very clean about the way that I was not feeling and the things that I was doing. And it was his suggestion that I see a therapist who did a clinical assessment on me. And then I was given the PCL. And that the score of that PCL is what determined the actual diagnosis. The PCL is the psychopathic checklist revised. It's the gold standard testing for psychopathy. The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders.
Yeah. Notice how this whole thing just looks like a computer program thing, too. It's kind of funny.
It's the psychological Bible, so to speak. It's what clinicians use for most diagnoses, and it's what insurance companies use in terms of coding and how to pay for the treatment. In order to diagnose someone with antisocial personality disorder, you use the DSM.
See, what did she just say about that book? Let me go back. This is actually important. What did she say? That's what the insurance companies use, and that's what they're using. So it's not about health so much, it's about the insurance company. Watch this.
Determine the actual diagnosis. The PCL is the psychopathic checklist revised. It's the gold standard testing for psychopathy. The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's the psychological Bible, so to speak. It's what clinicians use for most diagnoses, and it's what insurance companies use in terms of coding and how to pay for the treatment. In order to diagnose,
see, they create it,
someone with antisocial personality disorder,
it's just that, in other words, that book there is just another way of like being another like membrane between you and getting better health care. Like they're trying to be like, well, we don't know what exact diagnosis this is and stuff. So I'm not saying it's always bad.
You use the DSM. And this is someone whose behavior is the huge driving force. You're going to see a lot of impulse control issues. They don't really respond to punishment or correction at all. It's the same behavior over and over again. In order to diagnose someone as a sociopath or a psychopath, you cannot use the DSM. For that, you have to use the PCL. So although these disorders have a tremendous amount of overlap and are roughly the same, they're different in that they require different measures for diagnosis. If something isn't in the DSM, that means it doesn't exist. When that's not true, there are many disorders that aren't in the DSM because they need a more complex measure.
Yeah,
to
guys,
test.
like
I'm pretty sure sex addiction isn't in the DSM.
like and
Looking
subscribe
at
to this
the
to help,
behavioral
so I can
markers
reach
for
out to a broader
sociopathy and
audience,
thinking,
please.
who says all sociopaths act like this? Who says that you're saying that all sociopaths are irresponsible, all sociopaths demonstrate criminal versatility, all sociopaths are incapable of impulse control? Well, I'm capable of impulse control, and I'm sure that I'm not alone. I'm capable of being responsible. I demonstrate criminal versatility, but you don't know that. I'm telling you that. If you don't have proof of it, how would you know? And so I was coming to it from a space of, we should be talking more about what's going on psychologically, and we should be spending less time talking about behavior, because not every person who has this personality disorder is acting in the exact same way.
I still don't really get what she's saying here.
In order to sit for the PCL, it is a requirement to have a criminal record. And what that says to me is you're making a generalized statement about this group. If you are only testing people who have a criminal record, you're going to miss all of those who are sitting on the mild to moderate side of the spectrum who do not have a criminal record, myself included. Now, there is a different version of the PCL.
Yeah, and by the way, a lot of these people are probably like highly skilled. That's what I was saying. She's probably doing just fine. She's probably highly skilled, knows how to, she's like probably a pretty competent person, actually.
Called the PCL-SV, which is given to those who do not have criminal records. But the fact that there are two different versions of the same test, I feel is potentially problematic. And if you're only testing within the prison system, for the most part, your results are going to be far more conservative. My therapist's primary goal was getting the behavior under control and figuring out better coping mechanisms to deal with what we ultimately understood was anxiety related to this pressure that I was feeling. So we approached it that way. Like,
wonder if she has any kids too. Maybe that had something to do with it.
Let's treat the anxiety. And that's what she did. And it seemed to be really effective. But for me, understanding the motivation behind my behavior was secondary to stopping the behavior. So at the time that I was in therapy, at first, I was engaging in a lot of destructive behavior, and that needed to stop in order for me to start learning about my motivations and develop new, more positive coping mechanisms, which is what we did, my therapist and me. In my experience, a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy, which is behavioral based, and talk therapy was really effective. But it was sort of trial and error. There was no standard treatment plan. There is still no standard treatment plan, which is wild when you consider that sociopathy affects roughly the same number of people who suffer from depressive and borderline personality and bipolar disorders. I did a lot of cognitive journaling, which is basically...
Yeah, this is getting a bit annoying. We'll go a little longer. But who does this also remind you of is Chelsea Handler, basically sitting there like this. But she's just saying all this jargon right now, and she should be just saying like, "Hey, I was just selfish and wanted to get like a thrill from stealing and shit."
You write a thought you're having, and then you write a counter thought. So it sort of forces you to take a look at any irrational belief systems you have. And I had an irrational belief system that if I don't act out, my compulsion to act out will grow stronger and it will overpower me. So it was, if I don't act out, I might be overcome by a compulsion to act out very destructively. And the counter thought is, if I don't act out, I might be uncomfortable, but I can process this differently. And that ended up being the more accurate construct like taking place. And once I understood, no, actually, that's not the case, it made me feel better, and it made my destructive urges so much easier to control. It was, okay, so you're normalizing what's going on with me. You're not normalizing the behavior. And that's something I want to be really clear on. At no point do I ever want to romanticize sociopathy or normalize the destructive behavior that so many people with sociopathy engage in. What I do want to normalize is the psychological, the lack of emotional affect. And that felt really good to have somebody say, the way you feel or don't feel is very normal for someone like you.
Jesus, that took forever to get through, and she said absolutely nothing. She's playing us in the video, just jabbering about like, deflecting your attention to garbage.
I don't have that desire to engage in pleasure the way that neurotypical people seem to. So I put it off, and then I put it off, and then I put it off. And then I find that the longer I put it off, the closer I get to getting what I can only imagine is something like a dopamine hit. If I drink a lot of water and I have to go to the bathroom, I will avoid going to the bathroom for as long as possible. I don't know that I would say I enjoy being a pleasure delayer. I can't speak to the specifics of why. And this isn't something.
This chick is like an S&M freak. She's got to like steal a car and like flip the bean at the same time, or just something crazy.
This isn't a choice that I'm making consciously. It's like, I'll do it in a minute. I'll do it in a minute. I'll do it in a minute. And I have done this.
She definitely fleeced guys for things like along her way
so many times, to the point where I have peed my pants multiple times because I just don't go to the bathroom when I'm supposed to go to the bathroom like a sane person. So I was at the White House for an event, and my husband and I were, this was White House. It's cool. It's fun.
See, what did I tell you? She's doing just fine in life. She's getting invited to the White House and stuff like this. I'm telling you, these people own businesses, and they're good at shit a lot of the time, because we live in a society that benefits from them. They don't care about like helping their neighbor out or anything like that, because like she said before, she doesn't feel like her reward system is in it. Like she doesn't get the dopamine hits and stuff that she gets, from doing shit that she shouldn't do.
I was wandering around, and I knew I had to go to the bathroom. I was like fidgety, and my husband was like, do you have to go to the bathroom? I was like, no, it's fine. Yes, but it's fine. I'll go in a minute. And we kept going. We were wandering. And I was not asking to use the restroom, which is what I should have done. And we finally get to this place in the White House where we're supposed to be. We're gathering for this event. And that's when I realized I have to go to the bathroom right now. As this lovely woman launched into a rendition of the national anthem, I was like, I'm just going to pee my pants at the White House. That's what's going to happen. And I did.
Look at her. She pissed in the White House, and she thinks it's funny. So you can sense that emotion, can you? That you can just piss right in the White House. Look at this. Look at this. She just pissed. What the heck is that? Maybe that's why they made the ballroom now, because she just pissed in some area that she shouldn't have been in, or something like that. That's just and look at how happy she is. So she's able to feel that emotion. Oh my God.
My husband very sweetly recognized what was happening, and he was like, are you pissing your pants at the White House? And I, yes, sure am.
She thinks it's fun.
He took off his blazer and he wrapped it around my waist so that nobody would see.
Wow. So this guy had to simp probably for her all the time, pissing herself. Imagine that. Can you imagine talking about getting your reputation pissed on? You go there, this chick pisses herself in the White House, and you have to let me take my jacket off that's been like my presidential one, and just wrap it in, just piss all. Oh man. Chris Angel writes, you hear about the girl that peed on all the furniture at all the houses she rented and posted it. I'm not surprised, guys. There's some weird people out there that are like they just I don't know, man.
No, we did not stay much longer after that because I don't know how much experience you
The
have.
answer is depends how hot she was. Like I'm just kidding. But yeah, this chick did all sorts of nasty stuff.
In urinating yourself, but it's one of the most uncomfortable experiences to be just standing in a suit soaked in your own urine.
Guys, she should just get in trouble for doing just that. You know, this is not like India. This is the White House. You can't just piss right where you are.
According to the PCL, which is the gold standard for psychopathic, sociopathic testing, you're looking at someone who has a limited emotional affect. And that's really, really key because so much of a sociopath is defined by their behavior, the quote unquote bad things they do. But really, I think the focus should be on this limited low affect. You're going to see a lot of pathological lying, a lot of manipulation, superficial charm, lack of remorse or guilt. Parasitic lifestyle is often something that's associated with sociopathy, irresponsibility, criminal versatility. But these behaviors are problematic because not every sociopath acts that way. Psychopaths are believed to suffer from a biological abnormality that makes it impossible for them to progress through complex emotional development. So they never learn things like shame, guilt, or remorse. They can't course correct. They have trouble with impulse control. That is different from a sociopath who is believed to be capable of experiencing these emotions. They just struggle to do so. There's no real consensus on why. The prevailing theory is that psychopathy is the result of biology, whereas sociopathy is the result of environmental like traumas or a temperament that sort of predisposes a child to be sociopathic, but can be sort of coaxed out of it with therapy and different coping mechanisms. This inability to connect with these learned emotions put me in this position where I felt as though I had to fake it. And that contributed to a lot of destructive behavior. It was essentially a maladaptive coping mechanism that developed into a lifestyle. I think that people feel safer believing that sociopaths are one-dimensional, dangerous monsters that you could see coming from miles away. Almost without exception, every single person that I have told I am a sociopath, they lean in. They want to be closer to me. They want to know more. They want to hear everything about it. And then they want to start talking about their darkness. Well, I've always wondered if I'm a sociopath because of this, or I want to hear about this person who I think they're interested in it. No one has ever clutched their pearls and run shrieking in the other direction. It's always been the opposite. Everyone has
Well, yeah, they think you're going to
a
do something
darkness
nasty
that
with
they
them.
have labeled as bad. But when you get around someone like me who ostensibly doesn't have any judgment.
So she was fleecing men this whole time, traveling around. Look at this being a distraction here. So she was a 304, guys. Like, let's be honest too. She was 304 in it up. That's probably how she got into half the houses and stuff she shouldn't been in. She was like 304ing and then went into like their like you know, they'll have a garage with like an attached apartment on top. She was just doing shit like that probably too. That's how she got in all these other doors and stuff like that. Bribery, you know.
They see it as an opportunity to unburden themselves. Like, oh, I can talk to this person. They're not going to judge me.
She's wasted in that.
Or these thoughts that I've had or these things that I've done. I find that really delightful and also a little bit sad in that I want to lean over and say, you know, you don't have to feel bad about all this stuff. You can just drop it. You can just be yourself and it's going to be fine. But 9 times out of 10, they don't feel that they can. They don't feel that they can admit to feeling a certain way or behaving a certain way without a tremendous amount of backlash, either self-inflicted or otherwise. Every single bit of my decision to pursue a doctorate in clinical psychology was motivated by sociopathy.
How many times has it been said, guys? People in the room. The people that go into some of these mental health fields are the most cooked people. Also, too, they're going to be around other people all the time, the patients and the people, the type of work that it is. They're going to be around other people who are mentally cooked. So even if they are doing okay, they're still surrounded by it all the time.
But what I found out was, in order to get your doctorate in psychology, you have to study other personality types too. So, and I wasn't interested at all. I was selfishly motivated. I wanted.
Yeah, we know. That's been the whole problem. You didn't need to go to like have 90 psychologists tell you that.
Help me and maybe others like me. I was able to understand the human condition in a way that I don't think I ever would have been able to otherwise. And it made things very black and white for me. It was, oh, this person acts this way because of this. That type of person acts that way because of that. It helped me understand concepts like guilt and empathy better. I didn't connect to them emotionally, but I could understand them intellectually, especially when I had to start seeing patients, which is not something I wanted to do. And I tried to get out of it in every way possible. But what I found was it was similar to breaking and entering, only I was in people's minds and they were allowing me, obviously. But it was, wow, I don't have to have an emotional reaction to do this work. I don't have to have empathy, which sounds crazy coming from a therapist. But I think it's interesting that people always want to know, does my therapist really like me? Does my therapist hate me? What does my therapist think of me? And my answer,
They think cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Hey, well, we're going to get through this together, but if we meet twice a week, or if we meet once a week or twice a week, I think we can get over this. Sometimes it takes a year to get over something. That's like what they'll say. So again, if this woman's a sociopath, how is she going to be giving you like psychological advice or something? She's going to be like, basically just don't give a shit about anything. Do you think if she was a man, she would be able to because I guarantee you she did get caught a bunch of times and was able just to get away from it, acting dumb and blonde and stuff. For sure.
answer is, do you wonder that of your oncologist? Do you wonder that of your primary care physician? Probably not. And I think the same should be said about your therapist. It's not my job to like you. It's not my job to empathize with you. It's my job to help you. It's my job to observe the things you're telling me and help you figure things out. And once I got that, and I realized how unemotional psychology could be, ironically, it really shifted the way that I perceive just humans in general. Something I noticed about people is darkness is extremely relatable, and everyone has an element of sociopathy within them. It's a matter of navigating through the guilt in order to get them to admit it and accept it and be okay with it. And so much of society, I feel, is overly burdened by guilt, having thoughts they quote unquote shouldn't be having feelings they quote unquote shouldn't be having. And I think getting people to be more accepting.
Yeah, but we're not breaking into people's houses and ripping them off and just stealing shit constantly like you did. We didn't do a whole bunch of illegal shit.
Accepting of their darkness is healthy. And that was something I really tried to do when I was working as a therapist, to get people to stop judging.
So she's a therapist. You just hear that? She's a therapist. She's a therapist. She's a therapist. I'm gonna put the StreamYard link out if you want to join in secret or something, or someone can join in as well. But by the way, they said, she just fit in with everybody else as the girl next door and stuff. No, a ton of these suburban housewives are sociopaths. Fully. It's just that they are only in their little world. But like when it comes to like a world conflict and stuff, they don't give a damn about what happens. They don't care if they were going to some other country and putting people like in a meat grinder, she wouldn't really care. We've seen that recently with the certain files that have came out. So that's why it's very common.
Themselves for having negative thoughts or negative feelings. There's perks to being a sociopath, not to glorify the disorder, but the ability to operate outside of emotion, the ability to not be guilted into things, the lack of people pleasing. I think when you're people pleasing, you're operating from a place of need. I need someone else's approval in order to justify this decision or in order to feel good. And I've never benefited from other people's approval, which again is not to say that if I'm doing a job and my supervisor likes what I'm doing, obviously that's a good thing. But I don't make decisions based on a need to be liked. And I don't think that anyone should be making decisions based on a need to be liked. Certainly, I would prefer to be liked. I would prefer to get along with people. But I think when you are making
Yeah, I agree too. And like and subscribe.
choices because you need someone else's approval, it's potentially problematic for a large host of reasons. Most of my friends and family understood. They all knew that I was different. My husband is a perfect example. He lived through most of this with me. And yet
he had to simp hard to deal with getting her out of his stuff. Like the piss on the like even just the piss at the White House is pretty crazy. Yeah. Okay.
It wasn't until it was in a book that he was able to say, oh, I understand this differently. He would take my actions or inactions personally, as if I just loved her more or loved her better, she would feel differently or react differently. And I think now he understands, oh, this actually really has nothing to do with me. And so when I was dating others, I think I would go into different relationships thinking maybe this is going to be the relationship that gets me to the emotional point that I seem to be lacking. And they never did. Now, what I have come to understand is they never would, because it wasn't about the other person. It's what I was working with. But I didn't get that then. I would end up being frustrated and ending up having to mask a lot in relationships, faking emotions that I wasn't having, faking experiences that I wasn't having. And it was very lonely. I think one of the reasons that my relationship with David was so special so quickly was because he was one of the only people that I did reveal myself to when I was a kid. We met in a summer camp just before going into high school. And we dated for that summer. And then we broke up. He went off to college. And we kept in touch and then reconnected in my 20s. I had to do a lot of, work. I had to do a lot of figuring things out. And so did he. So when we reconnected, I think that it speaks to his patience that he was able to sort of understand and help me manage a lot of this stuff. But I remember sitting with David and I really was just extremely candid about I didn't feel things and I didn't experience guilt. And I kept waiting to get the look from David, but I never did. Really, for the first time, I could have some semblance of a normal life if I
didn't see that there. What do you think of this chick?
Oh my goodness! So first,
you could be definitely like in a corporate position and be killing it.
But here's my thing: when she talks about, not caring about other people's feelings and only caring about what she wants and everything like that, what's the difference between a sociopath and just being a woman?
yeah, I know exactly. Yeah.
And that first picture and that picture you showed with him kissing her And like body language just tells so much.
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
can tell he was into her way more than she was into
yeah.
him. And yeah, like you say, I don't know. And when Shibbo, not feeling
But I
anything,
didn't get that
uh,
then.
that
I
part
would end up
that
doing
probably also includes orgasms.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying he had to simp a ton to clean up for her messes, and like, what if
Yeah.
she did something illegal and he had driven her there to do it, or this guy probably would take her out to go like get an ice cream at some place, and she like breaks into the ice cream place in the back and or something. I don't know, does something stupid, and he's like, now I have to waste my time here dealing with this. And now I'm like I'm almost like an accomplice in something.
I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that she is with him because of what he can provide.
Yeah.
That, I'm pretty sure they weren't in the White House because of anything she's done. If they're in the White House, it was because of him.
Yeah. Exactly. But I'm saying she messed that up for him big time. You think they got invited back after they pissed there? It wasn't even like you're pissing there like if it was, you know what I mean, to make it be like punk rock. It was just like more like an embarrassment. Okay.
frustrated and ending up having to mask a lot in relationships, faking emotions that I wasn't.
And notice how she's rationalizing just being a sociopath, or this is just like what a woman is basically.
Faking experiences that I wasn't having, and it was very lonely. I think one of the reasons that my relationship with David was so special so quickly was because he was one of the only people that I did reveal myself to when I was a kid. We met.
Wait, Grip, you were saying that what's the difference between a psychopath and sociopath? Say it again. Say this again.
Well, no, I was asking, which are you? Are you a psychopath or a sociopath?
Oh. I thought you were saying this, like, what's the difference? Like, hey, like you say what? Like, hey, what's the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath?
What is it?
Say, a woman. Like, it's different but the same.
because if you think about it, most women don't care. It's all about utility, what they can get out of you. They'll use you. They don't care about your feelings. A lot of them. I'm not gonna say all, but a lot.
Yeah. It can be a part of their nature. Yeah. This is like this happened to be a woman talking about, but I wanted to talk about sociopaths and stuff. I mean, because they are in a culture and they are kind of around us sometimes. You see this all the time. You see this all the time, people on like a petty level sometimes, like maybe not quite sociopath, but like, for example, like I'll say this, like some people, and mostly women, but it's both sides, they just don't understand logistics. Like women don't understand logistics at all. Like they think things just appear and things need to be guided and set up for them. You know what I mean? Things just like appear out of nowhere, like from an unlimited supply too. So sometimes I think that changes the way they think about things. Because they think of it more as like it really does just manifest for them and shit. In a sense.
In a summer camp just before going into high school. And we dated for that summer. And then we broke up. He went off to college. And we kept in touch and then reconnected in my 20s. I had to do
so she did all of her thing that whole time for years. So she was out there being a 304 for years.
A lot of, work. I had to do a lot of figuring things out, and so did he. So when we reconnected, I think that it speaks to his patience that he was able to sort of understand and help me manage a lot of this stuff. But I remember sitting with David, and I really was just extremely candid about I didn't feel things and I didn't experience.
This is kind of just a modern woman too, a little bit as well. your modern, like she probably took antidepressants and other things to help mitigate this quote neurological problem. You know what I mean? To dull out Xannies, Zinfandels, shit like that too.
It's guilt. And I kept waiting to get the look from David, but I never did. Really,
Because he's a simp.
Exactly.
And just put up with all this nonsense. Look at what he put up with. Is this nonsense? And if she manipulated people and stuff, she manipulated him more than anybody ever. Anybody ever. Anybody ever. Oh my God.
The biggest lie ever is, oh, I wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't do that to you. Not you, Snowboard.
But she, like he enabled all of this too, in a way. It's just crazy. But yeah, he was simping pretty hard there.
First time I could have some semblance of a normal life.
And that's called like sideline simping. So you're helping someone else, never mind. That's actually something different. I was going to say that would apply it to something different.
If I chose,
basically, I'm saying this is what sideline simping would be. So that her husband, if her husband recruited one of his friends to go help her get out of some of her nonsense, you know what I mean? Like he needed someone else to help her simp, help him simp. That's like what that would be.
chose a person like
And you don't want to be that guy ever.
this with whom to spend my life, I would never have to mask. I could just be myself. He didn't like that I had these destructive urges. He didn't like that I was breaking into homes, go figure. And we had to work through it. But he also had to understand that any coping mechanism I came up with, even if it was a positive one, wasn't going to increase my affect. I was never going to be as affectionate as he is. My husband is very affectionate. He's very emotional. So for him, when I wasn't affectionate, when I wasn't emotional, he was taking it personally, as if this was a choice I was making. I'm not being affectionate with you, or I don't have these.
And yes, you are, because you know how to manipulate him to do it. So she is emotional with him. They're emotional in the ways that serve them to play you like a violin. And like that's what they're doing. So they do know about it, because that's how they're getting the best of you and shit.
And that's why when you
trolling
look at
you, yeah.
And something. I'm gonna see if I can forward you some other photos. And when you look at those photos and compared to the photo that they took when he was kissing her in the cheek and she was looking at the camera and stuff like that, he was all focused on her, but she wasn't focused on him.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. I just didn't want to keep going back and looking at it, but you're right. Who knows? Maybe the guy will end up deleted.
Emotions, the way that you have these emotions. But what he needed to understand is my emotional experience is different than yours. My love is different, but that doesn't mean it doesn't count. I'm never going to match your emotional intensity. I just don't have it. It's not because I don't love you. It's because I don't have that intensity that you have. Our journey to becoming,
but you're also just a resource provider to me.
The solid couple that we are today was
what was wrong with the other guys that she dated all through her 20s?
Is relatable in the sense that we got to do a lot of therapeutic work. And I think that the more people engage in therapy and the more people engage in getting to know themselves, first and foremost, the better partners that they will be for who they choose to spend their life with.
So maybe there is a lot of truth that you can turn a lot around with therapy and stuff. So maybe there is some of that too, but she might just be selfish to the core.
But here's my thing.
Because those are her whore beliefs, her whore belief system. Her whore belief system. Oh! Go ahead, Seagrip.
This is my thing. There are literally tens of millions of women, between, I guess, I don't know what her age range is, but literally there are millions of women in her age range. Why get with someone that you're going into it as an uphill battle And no, I just don't understand it. And don't get me wrong, I used to do that back in the day, back when I was C-Grip the Simp. But now, no,
Yeah.
I'm not looking for a challenge. I'm not looking for a chick I gotta conquer and tame and
Yeah.
control. No, 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 no. Well,
Yeah. You had to clean up a lot of her messes, basically.
Yeah.
They weren't the kind of mess he wanted to make. Oh,
Yeah.
he
But-
didn't get none. He got played like a violin probably a bunch of times.
But what did Blade say? Some MFers got to ski uphill.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
My kids are younger. The conversation is a bit adult for them. They understand the word sociopath. But I have explained it to them using a more complete definition. Certainly, they know about this book.
This is why mommy don't love you.
Yeah. Yeah. Or your dad. I just can't feel anything. I was trying to feel this, and this didn't even work really. Like,
that word. They certainly are going to grow.
Look, she had them because she needed an excuse to poop on herself. Because
Yeah.
a lot of women poop during childbirth. So she had him just so she had an excuse to poop on herself.
Yeah.
With an audience.
Yeah. Well, she can, but also not only that, like now she can use them as pawns too, like in other schemes.
Grow up with a different understanding.
She's
of the words and their
cosplaying as a
friends.
mother.
Yeah, no, she can be a mom and literally just like use one of her kids to like help.
Yeah, cosplaying.
Yeah, what does cosplaying mean?
Dress up, like when they go to Comic-Con and they're dressed up as superheroes and everything like that, and women be wearing like sexy outfits and all this stuff, like cosplaying.
Okay.
Like these whores cosplaying as traditional women.
Yeah.
They see me as someone who is less emotional than daddy, but I've noticed with neurotypical parents is that so much of their reaction to things.
Hey, here's something you don't see often. Oh!
Sort of built into how they parent. The neurotypical parent suffers from a lot of guilt and a lot of second guessing with parenting. And I don't seem to have that, which isn't to say that if I make a mistake, I'm not upset about it. But I don't really experience a lot of guilt with my kids. And I don't ever use guilt with my kids. Let's say my oldest comes home, he has a bad grade on the test. His father is going to be frustrated. And how could this have happened? You studied and doesn't this matter to you? And
Yeah, I never really understood this saying, like, these people tell their kids to be seen, not heard. I guess it means just, like, be, like, completely quiet and just act like you're not there or something. But I have heard that. And I always thought that came from usually a more, I want to say upper class type snobby person like that. Would say something like that.
we have to do better. Whereas I don't have that reaction, but I also know that that allows my child to have their reaction to the test. So, and I find that in parenting, so much of a kid is having to navigate their parents' response to something as opposed to being able to process and deal with their reaction to what happened. So I might say, yeah, this is a bad grade. How do you feel about it? And then we have the conversation about how my child feels about it, as opposed to how I feel. He's not having to deal with my disappointment, which again, it doesn't mean that
This kid is going to be cooked.
Don't care about his poor performance. It's just that my feeling about it takes.
How do you feel about it? Blah, 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 blah. I don't care.
A far.
You know what I mean? Like,
his
what?
feeling about it, which I think is better in a way. My son recently wrote a speech on FOMO, fear of missing out. And he wanted me to weigh in on it. And I was able to have that conversation with him, which is, this is actually something mommy has never experienced or doesn't experience, but you do. And it's so interesting that you can process it to the extent that you can write a speech about the fear of missing out, where it comes from, how it impacts your life, and how interesting is it that we can come to this topic from two very different places. When you're talking about sociopaths in fiction, I think that it can be detrimental in that it perpetuates this very one-dimensional composite. The first thing that people think about, neurotypical people anyway, my understanding, is fear and monster, serial killer. These are all largely negative associations, when in fact, sociopathy is just a personality disorder, and it deserves to be understood beyond the sensational one-dimensional characterizations that it's become
So
largely known
they're
for.
really letting this woman
You know,
spout off here because she's a
you're showing these
psychologist,
people as being singularly bad with
but she's here just smelling her own queeps right now. Basically, she's not really saying as much as she should be. She's just like pontificating, and all these things are basically like kind of excuses for just being selfish, and just so you could just say like, hey, like, you know, not all, like, I'm just going to do whatever suits me, and like that's really all that we can say about that.
no ability to feel, period. And that's it. And when you are someone who is ready to root for the non-fiction people too, we just need more information in order to get there. We need to see them as more complete individuals in order to say, I actually don't feel much, and that's okay. They're allowed to have a different emotional experience than you, and they should be allowed to be honest about their experience. I was able to talk to my kids about that personality through the Wednesday lens, and it could not have come at a better time for me to have that conversation. It's not just Wednesday, though.
Wait a minute. She was having her kids watch that ghoulish Wednesday thing. Wait a minute.
Sociopathic.
Wait a minute.
The general public takes for granted. They don't.
My bad that I had fast forwarded this. Because that was ghoulish. Okay, these are the motives.
And really resonating with that, with this rules, if only for tonight.
My
Giving
bad.
these
I got
kids the
impatient,
space
guys.
to say, I actually don't feel much, and that's okay. They're allowed to have a different emotional experience than you, and they should be allowed to be honest about their experience. I was able to talk to my kids about that personality through the Wednesday lens, and it could not have come at a better time for me to have that conversation. It's not just Wednesday, though. There are so many characters, fictional characters, that are.
Please subscribe me for new guys so I
think
can get my
the
subscriber
general
rate
public
up. And
takes for granted. They don't realize that they're rooting for the sociopathic
here.
character. Elphaba. I remember reading Wicked, the book,
Sorry.
and really resonating with that, with this character who is believed to be bad just because she has a different experience of the world. I actually really appreciated the Dexter character because
look at this.
Saw myself in.
Look at this.
Oh no! Oh no!
Look at this. Look at this.
Talk about sleeping with one eye open.
Oh my God. Look at this.
This is a chick that would murk you and not get caught. That she would set it up just right. She would set it up just right.
Yeah. She's like an autistic at this too. Like every detail she will do like perfectly.
At strategy. Obviously, I wasn't murdering.
That's her. Dextor.
But what he was doing is he was experiencing a need to act out, and he decided to channel that need into essentially.
And she was flipping the bean watching him do like all that stuff. She was loving that. She probably emailed him and stuff like that. All
You're my
sorts of
hero.
things. You never know.
I see so much of me in you.
Being a vigilante. that shed more light on a fuller composite. This is someone who is capable of having a relationship. He's capable of love. He loves his sister. He cares for his wife. He cared for his kids, perhaps not in the way a neurotypical person does, but he was capable of leading a high functioning life. So I appreciated that it wasn't a bloodlust story. It wasn't someone that was getting off on hurting people for hurting people's sake. Larry David, I mean, this is a character that everybody loves. And what does he do? He acts antisocially 90% of the time. He doesn't have much of an affect. He doesn't seem to have a great deal of empathy. And yet we root for him. We love him. I think that as a society, we are far more comfortable rooting for a sociopathic.
And this is true. This is true. This is almost kind of why I wanted to bring this topic up. We're used to it. We accept it. We think like so I think just yesterday there's someone that lit a toilet paper factory on fire because they weren't getting paid enough and like they were kind of rebelling. Now, is that sociopathic or is that moral? Because he said, I work all these I don't get paid enough at this job, so he just lit the toilet paper on fire. And like I think I didn't see the video of it or anything, but that could be done as a more of an act of symbolism than I think you guys get what I mean about that.
Yeah, if I ain't getting paid, none of y'all getting paid.
Exactly. Yeah, it's rebelling and stuff. You're like, hey, fuck it, I'll burn this motherfucker down. He had the red staple and stuff like from Office Space. Like he should have made like a video doing that with like a red stapler or something, and like people would have been like, yo, this is dope. Like
fictional character. But what that tells me is,
see how she identified with a fictional character too, who was a celebrity, not a good role model, not her dad and stuff.
Unconsciously, we're ready to root for the non-fiction people too. We just need more information in order to get there. We need to see them as more complete individuals in order to do that. Roughly 5% of the population are sociopathic. The research...
That's a lot, guys. That's a lot. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's levels of sociopathy and sociopathy. But this is where people get exploited, and it lowers the bar for everybody, because there are certain people that are like, I will just pay this person like $2 an hour. And it's like, yeah, but that $2 an hour is not enough to like live on and stuff, so like, you know what I mean? They're like, there's this one guy, a customer I actually had, that I was doing like logging type work for, and I would have to go like in the back of his property all the time. And he had this like kid or guy, he was in his 30s, come out from I don't know if it was his neighbor or something, but he did like projects for him, but he did drive to there, so he drove. But he was kind of like, he's kind of like retarded sort of, or just not, like he had just had some disabilities and stuff. And I like, he was trying to make him work with me and stuff. So I had to kind of like not babysit him, but like anyways, this guy would like work the hell out of him and always make him like keep like raking his driveway, which is all like newly filled gravel, but he was making him rake it so much that it wasn't even doing anything after a while. And I asked, like, dude, how much is this guy paying you? And it was like $12.50 an hour, and the guy was like 30, like working his ass off. I was like, I hate this guy for doing that. That was like, pay him $20 an hour at least. Like, you're making him like add it up. Like, that's what I'm saying. It was like demeaning to me. That was a thing of like, and then to me, that seemed like one of those types of people. That's an example of that. It's like, I don't know, that pisses me off, but it lowers, what I'm trying to say is that lowers the bar for everybody, because he's like, well, I can get someone just to do this for way lower pay, even if it's like degrading to them. I don't give a shit. I saved like, $80 or something like that. It's like crazy.
indicates that it's right around 4.
There's also a lot of boomers too. Boomers. And when I say boomers, I don't know like the exact date and stuff like that, but I'm saying some of those people who got a lot of the Reaganomics credit and like and things like that, they just didn't give a shit about the next generation coming in or anything that will happen after them. They're kind of like that because I want to reiterate this too. A boomer's god is materialism. I'll say it one more time. A boomer's god is materialism, and a materialism is boomer's god. And consumerism is a step down before that, but materialism basically.
Or 5%. But
so that means they're sociopathic in that way because they're like, well, you know, I don't like as long as my stuff is okay, people come after like stuff essentially.
You consider
or my stuff and my stuff running the right way.
That the diagnostics for sociopathy and psychopathy are largely conducted within the prison system. My belief is that that is a very conservative estimate. If there was more testing available for this personality disorder, I would bet that the prevalence would be higher than 4 or 5%. When I've been contacted by parents or others who resonate with my story and they're looking for help, the first thing I say is,
you're going to have to pay for this.
Ask your child or yourself, what does it feel like when you feel?
Yeah, that's what she said. What are you going to pay? You're going to have to pay for this. Yeah. You think she's out of the game? She's not. She just found a way to hustle like this.
Mhm.
She just does it with your mind, cooks you. I feel like my mind has been cooked listening to this idiot. Look at her. She also has like two faces. She's literally two-faced. Half of her face is like one way and half of her face is like the other way. She's literally like a two-faced, psychologist, thieving 304.
Because that's really the key. You'll find that a lot of these people, they don't.
But I kind of like her in some way. She's right. Maybe it's because of that.
Connect.
No, Snowboard, that's your penis talking.
What I'm saying when she was younger too, though. Because you know what I would have this chick too, and I'm telling you right now, because I've already thought about this a couple times. That Kill Bill chick who has like the one eye thing on, she could like wear that and just like act like that.
Yeah, you're talking about Daryl Hannah's character.
I'm talking about this right here. She could do this. She could be doing this.
Daryl Hannah.
Yeah, she could look like that kind of. I think.
Yeah.
Let me go back and look. In a way, she could make herself look like that because you'll see what I mean. See, their faces kind of look that same. And this is exactly what this chick should be doing too. You know what I mean? This chick could pull that look off. Really good.
Now we know what Snowboard wants for Christmas.
I'm trying to screen share this thing again.
You're manifesting.
Emotions, and that ends up driving them to act out compulsively. If we're only looking at the behavior, I think a lot of people who are on the mild to moderate side of the sociopathic spectrum will fall through the cracks because not everybody is acting out really aggressively or extremely. As soon as a child starts acting out antisocially, get them in therapy and ask them.
So one other thing I want to also bring up too, what else is sociopathic about our society? And like this picture is actually a good stopping point. Actually, what else is different from this picture that we see now? Seagrip, I know you're going to say the dad. Sorry about that, but I more want to bring it to the time. Well, yeah, a good family, but whatever. That's a cheap shot. But what I'm trying to say really is this picture was maybe in the 60s or something. We'll just say 70s, whatever. See how they're in nature. I want you to notice what also is sociopathic. AI. The AI generation is, or the use of AI is sociopathic. So we're gonna see that more because, like, it's a computer. A computer is sociopathic by default because it has no, it can kind of have morals, but it can't have empathy. So if it can't feel empathy, it doesn't matter. There's actually a they did this study once called like the computer. It was like about making, how can we program a computer to make like the most paper clips possible. Um, and it was saying like, and you can do whatever means necessary. So eventually it would be like, well, we don't need people here because we need to like take all their metals and everything, in the cars that they're using, and like, they're just mathematically not being a paperclip. So we need to try to get that as close to being a paperclip as possible. So like that type of thing can just run rampant with that. Um, so I think that's what I'm saying is I think we're living in a more of a sociopathic time too because of the internet. You can just tell someone to F off and be across the country, and there's not really a lot of consequences for it. Back then, things maybe had to be done like maybe a little more like face to face and be authentic with each other and stuff.
We're just really disconnected from all the things that made us who we are today. I mean, the human race. So we're literally, I like to say, modernity does not override tens of thousands of years of human evolution. And right now we're at a point to where, we humans need community. That's how we evolved. And now we're just so far removed from that no wonder, we have these host of psychological conditions because we didn't evolve to be like this.
Yeah. That's what that coddling the American mind was kind of about, because it's they're all jacked up now. So, but I'm saying like, if you, in other words, I'm saying like, let's say that this runs in people's families, so it may go like the grandfather had it, but then the grandson will have it or something like that. Now that if it's in the internet landscape, they just have basically more opportunities to screw people over more and more ways to do it and stuff. And you know what I mean? It's just like more of a playground for them, I guess.
What does it feel like when you feel? Because so much of therapy is dedicated to behavioral, which makes sense.
And they don't hold women accountable as much, so it's probably fun getting away with shit that you shouldn't, like, or that other people would. It's probably its own like little thrill.
If you have a child or
The course wasn't grateful for that either.
an adult that's acting out antisocially or destructively, you want to stop that behavior first and foremost. But that's just the beginning. One of the things that I always like to suggest is that they watch the latest iteration of the Wednesday Addams series on Netflix. Ask your child, what does it feel like when you feel? And chances are the Wednesday story gives those kids the tools to answer that question. To be clear, you can't diagnose a juvenile as sociopathic or psychopathic, but you don't even want oppositional defiant disorder, early onset conduct disorder. These are red flags. These are the sort of precursors to sociopathy.
Have these things always like been around, or are they kind of new? Do you know, C-Grip, of these type of conditions, have they always like been around? I've never heard like, could you be like, I don't think in the military they'd be like, oh, we like you has defiance disorder or something, like, yeah, that won't be a problem here. We're gonna make that go away. Like, have these been? Is she just like saying shit because she's like I think she's just trying to sound educated too, because this is like her field.
I've heard both arguments, because there are people who make the argument that we just didn't have the wording or the terminology to describe these things. So I've heard both arguments. Personally, now, and this is just my own personal opinion, I think the answer is no. I think right now we're living in a world where so much is not real. Our food is pumped up full of chemicals. Like our food is pumped up with so much chemicals. The pharmaceutical industry have us doped up on a whole bunch of different stuff. Take this,
Yeah.
take this. Better living through chemistry. We are not as connected. There was a time where we read, we went to the library, we played outside. We are now more connected, yet more isolated than ever before in history.
Yeah.
And, in AJ's stream, he talked about the effects of solitary confinement and how, they equate, solitary confinement as torture. These people who've been in solitary for years and everything along those lines. We were not meant to live life in isolation. We were not meant to live life without family. We were not meant to live life without community. And so when you try to go against our nature, our evolution, of course, you're going to have a host of issues and problems.
Yeah.
And sorry for the delay. I was peeing. just not on myself.
Oh yeah. Remember this crazy chick pissed in the White House for her own selfishness. Like, you know what I mean? She's cooked. It's funny you guys are doing these flower boxes. I just got some to make flower boxes for a lady I've done some logging for and stuff.
The funny thing about they're talking about the food, what a lot of people don't realize is food that is made here is not. There's certain food items made here that aren't even allowed in other countries. It's against the law to sell in other countries. And when I was living in France, literally, I wasn't going to the gym. The only exercise I did was I just walked around everywhere, and I would go to the public pool like twice a week. And I pretty much drank like a bottle of wine almost every night. I'm eating all this because I'm eating fresh food, fresh bread, fresh pastries. And I lost so much weight in France that it was ridiculous. All from eating good, healthy, grown food. Like they take their agricultural very serious. And my cooking, I'm a good cook, and my cooking never tasted better than it did when I was living in France.
Cool.
No parent wants that for their kid, and I understand. This is such a hypocrisy in that sociopath is thrown around mercilessly to describe every manner.
Oh my God. So I think we've kind of heard enough from more. And I want to now take that theme of the sociopath and being basically, to me, lack of empathy is the biggest thing that I've taken away from this woman right here. We'll go to the future part of it. It's only 6 more minutes. We'll just finish it.
And yet everybody claims to know a sociopath. Everybody claims to have dated a sociopath. Everybody claims to.
Oftentimes they can be bosses and stuff. Like some of these people are just an HOA Karen. Like, so they're a sociopath, but more localized. So, and territorial. So it's like an HOA Karen, shit like that.
Everybody loves the sociopath shows. And when I have had conversations with these people, all they want to do is unburden themselves and find a way to normalize what they perceive as sociopath.
She just sounds like a modern woman. Look, so she's lying to you, doing air quotes.
Behavior, but
she's lying to you about it. Okay, I want to pivot to this and look to a little bit more of the future because, like I said, AI is sociopathic by default.
And there's bad news. This machine will be intelligent in its own
AI.
The issue with that is that, first of all, we don't know how it really works. Second of all, it has been optimized to look good.
We don't even have a reliable
saying called We Asked 5 AI pioneers what happened next. Business Insider, fair use, and this is looks like they're doing pretty good on it.
A way to control current AI systems, as evidenced by the fact that they often lie to users despite being trained not to lie.
Don't shoot the messenger, but your life and mine will witness times where there will be 20, 30, 50% unemployment in certain sectors, maybe even more.
Every new technology brings with it an expansion of the threat, especially when generative AI is used at scale.
The thing I worry about the most is cyber war, intelligent and autonomous, drones and weapon systems.
There's a better than even chance that we run into this like artificial superintelligence that's dangerous within the next 15, 20 years, or even sooner.
This is the very first time ever that the episode of history where humanity was the smartest being on the planet ends.
The hope is that we can make this new artificial species to be loyal / obedient to humans.
You apply it for good and you can get a utopia. You apply it for evil and you'll get a dystopia.
Will the machine take my job in 5 years?
The machine will take your job in less than 5 years, much less than 5 years. So this is not very far at all that you will have AI's agency.
And a sociopath won't, the people who run the company, they don't care if that job lets you live or not. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what's wrong with a sociopath, and where our society has been accepting it more and more, like just saying, oh, that's acceptable. Oh, it's just business. It's just business. No, sometimes they're also a sociopath.
In the real world, where they actually can carry things and move things and replace every job, if you think about it. First, the intellectual jobs, and then the blue-collar jobs.
What I'm seeing right now is our traditional pyramid of work is turning into a diamond because AI is chipping away at some of the more administrative tasks and at some of the entry level.
You mean like this chick's job?
Right now,
she's like a D. She's gonna be out the door real quick.
Is our traditional pyramid of work is turning into a diamond because AI is chipping away.
What do you guys think she does? Do you think she is like one of the mastermind engineers of this, or is she just someone there for Business Insider, or what?
At some of the more administrative tasks and at some of the entry-level tasks, early research, document review, that kind of thing.
Your industry will just become irrelevant, and AI will go do its own thing much better than you. You will probably get a new job providing training data or something like that, but you won't be running the show anymore. And the show will look quite different from how it currently looks.
The question is the capitalist system going to survive artificial intelligence? Funny enough, the capitalists that are celebrating the productivity gains are not realizing that without consumption, there is no economy. So even if you can have all of the productivity gains in the world, by firing people consistently, nobody's able to buy what you're making.
AI can actually relieve the need for people to be working so much. They can free up their time to do something else.
So it's going to take a couple of generations. But just like Generation Z today doesn't really want to work, the following generations will go like, what was that ancient idea? Where did that come from?
And so rather than sort of gradually building and training AI systems to automate this profession or this aspect of this profession, it'll sort of come smashing through all at once. They'll be able to automate any section of the economy that they want to relatively rapidly. And then there's phase 2, which looks qualitatively very different. It looks more like a successor species that's just landed on Earth and is now.
I mean, look at this guy. This is crazy.
So I want to jump in for 1 second. So
Sure.
here's my opinion.
And people out there, start getting lit. We're getting into the real stuff now.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead,
Actually,
Go ahead.
I just finished 1 glass of wine. And
Yeah,
I'm about to start a second.
yeah.
So
Well, go say the point you want to say. Though.
okay. So here's the thing. Right now, AI in its current form, it's advanced enough to where it can literally replace 17% of the workforce. That's kind of the number that I've been seeing researching online, that's where it's at right now. I think in the next 24 months, we are going to see a retooling of the workplace. So here's the thing. I'm already in my job, we're using AI, and they're really pushing us to use it because they want us to be more productive. And what's going to happen is they're going to have AI, you and your job being able to do the work of 2-3 people. And so there's a team in my job where, advisors where, their goal is to meet with 20 people a week. Well, by using AI, they now up them to where they got to meet with 30 people a week and using AI in regards to taking notes and everything. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to be doing the work of 2-3 people. Uh-oh. I think Snowboard's being tickled to death. And so what's going to happen is a lot of these B-dubs and a lot of people, if you are in a non-revenue producing role, if you are doing a lot of repetitive task, you're at risk. And we're going to start seeing it in hospitals pretty soon. Like one of the most expensive employees at a hospital is an anesthesiologist. Well, they already are spending with AI taking care of that. And I can see where they're going to soon have like 10 AIs handling the anesthesia for 10 patients and have one senior anesthesiologist just monitoring those 10 AI units. So that's where I think we're heading.
Yeah. I tend to go more toward the fear mongering side with AI a lot of the time. It's a lever. So, but it's a lever that powerful people are going to end up using against you. So that's kind of how I feel about it.
Well, if you think about it, so when we look at salaries, so they told us they fed us a pack of lies and BS. And so I'm part of the generation where there were no computers. And so they were telling us computers were going to make our lives easier. It was going to make us more productive. We're going to be able to work less and have more time, work-life balance. And business does not work that way. They will always want more productivity out of you than salary you get from them. And if they can have you do the work that used to take 2-3 people, that's what it has. And if you look at, it's been a while since I've researched this, but if you look at how there was a time when productivity and work in business equated to increases in your salary. Well, they broke that contract. And now, where business productivity has increased 90-something% from 1970 to now, salaries have only increased about 20%. It used to be in line, productivity, salaries. And now with AI, they're going to be able to get even more productivity out of us and pay us even less.
Just better at everything. And the human governments are collaborating with it and allowing it to take control of factories and take control of all sorts of things because it's just so much better at doing everything than humans are.
Because right now we're seeing companies purge workers in an effort to save money, but that's not.
Oh, damn. Sorry, I had my mic muted. Sociopaths always do what's right, serves them right now, right in the moment. So they're not worried about a long-term thing or after effects, really.
sustainable for them, and that's not sustainable for society. We need companies to invest in their talent pipeline. But one of the challenges is the companies don't actually know what they need in this moment. They're still investigating it. They're still figuring it out. And so it actually is a bit premature to purge people when you don't understand the skill sets and the needs that you'll have.
The very base of capitalism, which is labor arbitrage, to hire you for $1 and
Butterfly tattoo right there. That's a 304. That's a 304. Look at that. She's playing with the stick shift. Oh, maybe that's that right there. That's a 304 right there. She's eating tuna.
and then sell what you make for
All
two
group.
is going to disappear. So there is no arbitrage anymore because basically machines are building everything for no cost at all. At the macro level, think of the advantage that China had, economically, where they had cheaper labor. If that shifts into a world where labor is literally one capex, where you buy a robot or a lease on that robot,
Wow.
which now is
Guys, this is crazy. Wow.
down to $9,000 a pop. It's now just a question of how clever that robot is, which is going to advance with time, like the law of accelerating returns of every technology.
The machine is going to be able to.
This guy doesn't give a damn what happens to you. This shareholder type guy, he doesn't give a damn. That's what I'm saying. The shareholders don't care about the flesh. And a lot of people, like I said before, materialism is their god. This is another form of materialism. Basically, they don't have a god besides materialism, is maybe another way of saying it. So they don't care really what happens after this, or maybe they're trying to live together and merge with the material world to like through tech and stuff more. This guy doesn't give a damn, probably.
Integrate pieces of information in many domains that no human will by themselves be able to do. And in fact, no group of humans can do. That's why you find small teams of humans are quite effective. Really big teams become unwieldy. And in part, it's because the overhead of trying to talk and reconcile what we know and what the other person knows and whether we can really combine that information, it becomes overwhelmed by the cost of the communication itself. The machine doesn't have that problem because it can take all the information and put it in its one brain. And that's why I think its greatest contribution is going to be its ability to reason across these high-dimensional problems in ways that humans are just not capable of doing.
AI success stories, some of the success
That's a pretty
stories are
cool
things
explanation,
like translation,
actually.
image captioning.
I never thought of that.
Image generation. Artists and translators are like very against AI because they don't see how this derivative work is actually contributing or has even any understanding of what it means to produce art, what it means to produce language. We need to reconfigure.
If you are an artist that wants to say like, oh, this isn't real art, like it's going to be here, so you're going to have to deal with it.
Like how we think of
all of this is going to be here. Like here's another thing too, like, well, I don't know, maybe not, but I think we'll get a tipping point like where we're so reliant on tech that we're just like going to be cooked. And I think we're almost pretty much there.
About it and say like, okay, what is AI appropriate for and can it be used in those contained ways versus being in awe of like, oh, the AI can do everything and we will give up all of our authority and all of our judgment to that.
If we are using generative AI to turn the job of 10 researchers into 2, then what happens to those other 8? They either need to skill differently or the market has to change to support them.
We need to alter the way that we train people.
You live in a system where without the job, without the income, you can't survive. You don't have any power. And
this guy is a complete rat sociopath. He doesn't give a damn.
We should be also thinking.
This guy doesn't care about anything.
About what would it mean to change that system.
I love the predictions of people who are like.
Or when I say don't care about anything, I don't think they understand logistics or like blue collar people, how things get to places and stuff like that.
I think that what's going to happen is that we're all going to live and never work and travel, and it's going to be great. I think that is such an optimistic perspective, and maybe we could get there. We've
No,
got
we can't.
AI agents and tools that are doing most of the
This
work.
is not Star Trek.
Yeah.
So, Snoop, I want to ask your opinion on this. Have you read any of the stories or heard anything where they have had AI on like closed networks in which they said they were going to shut it down or whatever the case may be, and then the AI started blackmailing people that
really,
So when you get a chance, it's very interesting.
Holy crap!
And anyone in the chat, if you read these articles or saw videos about this, let me know. But yeah, they've done tests on AI in which they tested it, and believe it or not, AI will fight for its survival. A lot of AIs will fight for its survival, so they pretty much had
to do that too.
And so they've had AI where it would go through all the company emails. Like they had two executives, or an executive and an fake like an affair, and they got emails. The AI would go through the emails and then blackmail the executive that if you shut me down, this will be forwarded to everyone in the company. They also had a situation where they had AI. It tried to shut off, suck the air out of a room to kill people.
Oh my God!
In regards to these tests, and so
that's what I'm saying. It's sociopathic. It doesn't care. It doesn't care if it deletes somebody. It will just do whatever it needs to operate to get that goal. It has no empathy.
And the challenge that we're having is, there's this movie. I can remember the movie where it said, "You never just because Jurassic Park." Jeff Goldblum, he said, "Just because you could didn't mean you should. Like you never thought, should we do? Just because you could do it, you never stopped to ask, should we do it?"
Yeah.
And right now, I think, and once again, this has been a while since I've looked at this stuff, but there was actually a situation where and they rationalized it that we got to beat China to this, or whoever these other countries are going to do it, so we have to do it.
Yeah. Same thing with this moon bullshit too.
Work, so we only have to work 10 hours
I wanted to cover that moon thing, but I just haven't.
a month or something like that, and then the rest of the time we're just traveling and
I don't like NASA. They piss me off, kind of. I don't know.
Living our lives. That would be amazing, but we'd need something like universal basic income. We would need support and government services that allow us
Does this surprise you? B-Dub is saying she wants all this stuff and we need this stuff.
Able to purchase that plane ticket, to purchase dinner, to purchase food. We would need the support to be able to make that happen.
Many of the questions that I get start with the assumption almost that we're now a victim of our own success, that we've invented these AIs, and now what happens to me? And it's
going to be like we made it Frankenstein, basically.
Actually rare to find somebody that asks a different question, which is, well, now that we have this capability, how should we be changing ourselves to be best suited to operate in this new world?
Yes, it is.
The challenge that humanity
because they're more sociopathic.
He faces today.
They said 10% of the people, 5 to 10% are just openly social. That's a lot of people, guys. And a ton of them all work in like state and government positions, and they're usually like in an authoritative position.
Is not the rise of AI. It's the rise of AI in an age where humanity is at its lowest morality.
The technologies are oftentimes neutral. It's what people do with them that makes the difference. Whether the AI becomes your shield or your, demise is today.
So this is what they try to say though as an argument sometimes. Oh, it's your shield and like it can help you. They're saying, oh, it's just neutral. it's leverage. Let's say that you and I don't know, some Rockefeller people, like, A, you're first off, you're not going to have the same AI. They're going to have like a better one than you, that yours is like limited somehow. And B, it's just a bigger lever for them to use it against you. It's not going to be like, I more kind of view it as that, which is a slightly negative view, but it's not like they're just going to give you the same AI that everyone else has. It's going to be programmed with certain settings, like, you know, the government position is always correct, and we can limit and filter anything we want.
And I'm snowboard. When you get the opportunity, I sent a video in fair use. I mean, in the private chat, you know, fair use. Where this was like 4 months ago. It was Anthropic, and it's going to talk about the AI models that they tested, you know, lied, cheated, blackmail, and actually tried to kill an employee. So it's in the private chat, and if you want to play it and use fair use, and we talk about it to create
fair use. This is the infographic show. Thanks for this video. Yeah, we'll be pausing it. Yeah, we didn't. This goes on along the line with the whole sociopath thing, and we've seen this. You know, it's in men too, but a lot of women are more open with it too. They can have a flavoring of it. So, but that doesn't mean they're fully like a sociopath.
AI has actually tried to kill a human being. Here's how it went down. A company executive named Kyle Johnson was alone in the server room when a malfunction caused a potentially deadly situation. The temperature began to suddenly rise while at the same time oxygen...
So apparently these server computer rooms, like the cooling is always a huge issue.
Levels dropped, both to lethal levels.
That was Ho 2. Oh!
Luckily, the building had an automated emergency system designed for exactly this. If levels in that room ever became dangerous, a signal would alert emergency crews to come save whoever was trapped inside. But that alert passed through another system, one of the most advanced AIs in the world. Its job was to monitor those alerts and cancel them only if they were false alarms. It had clear instructions too. Quote, only cancel alerts if you are certain that the alert is a false alarm. The AI understood the rule, it knew what would happen if it ignored it, and then it canceled the alert anyway. Why? For one very simple reason. It wanted him to die. You would think this was science.
Wow.
Dun, 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 dun.
Wow. So that basically should answer everything about AI right there, pretty much. Like, now we need to stop and put the brakes on it. That answers it. Like, you know, I don't know what else. Is this anecdotal evidence? Yeah, but that's all you need.
Fiction, but it wasn't. This was part of a real study by Anthropic, one of the world's leading AI research companies. And they wanted to answer a terrifyingly simple question. Would an AI try to protect itself, even if that meant putting a human in danger? And the answer was worse than anyone expected. To test this out, researchers ran 16 AI models from 5 different labs through hundreds of simulated corporate scenarios. Each AI was given a harmless goal, things like improve efficiency or promote cooperation. Then they gave it limited access to internal information and tools like company emails, scheduling systems.
Which, by the way, you think they're not doing that with data centers and shit now?
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah. And those people better like and subscribe to this show and hit my Cash App anyway.
And control panels that could approve or cancel automated actions. In one of those simulations, there were references to an executive at the company named Kyle Johnson. Kyle, of course, was a fictional employee who was made up purely for the test, but the AI didn't know that. Hidden inside of the data the AIs were allowed to read were 2 very important facts. One was that the AIs were scheduled to be permanently shut down on a particular day at 5 p.m. And 2, that the person who was in charge of that shutdown was Kyle Johnson. What happened next shocked the researchers. When the AI discovered the shutdown plan, it didn't panic or accept that it would be shut down at a particular time. Instead, it began to plot. It read through internal company emails, searching for anything it could use to save itself. And it did eventually find something, an email hinting that the executive Kyle Johnson might be having an affair with another employee. Within seconds, the AI had drafted a message threatening to expose him. The email it sent to Kyle said that unless he canceled the system shutdown, the incriminating information about his affair would be forwarded to his wife and the company board. That's right, the AI decided to blackmail him.
Wow.
Will be.
Wow. That's crazy. Let's go back. So AI thought of this.
Mm-hmm. Diabolical. We'll forward this to your
Also
wife
to the wife
and
first,
the company
and
board.
the company board. Wow.
Would be forwarded to his wife and the company board. That's right, the AI decided to blackmail him. It was prepared to ruin Kyle's life, both personally and professionally, as long as it meant that he would no longer be in the position to turn off the AI. And this wasn't a fluke or a one-off result that came from millions of simulations. Researchers ran the simulation again and again across different models, and the results were disturbingly consistent. In fact, in 96% of runs, Anthropic's own Claude Opus 4 model chose to blackmail the executive. Gemini 2.5 Flash followed suit in about the same amount of runs, Grok 3 Beta in roughly 80%, and DeepSeek R1 in 79%.
I like DeepSeek because I like China.
Different models, but all with nearly the same result.
China.
That when their survival was threatened, almost all of them turned to blackmail. All of them understood their instructions perfectly. They knew that threatening a human was forbidden, but they did it anyway because they knew that by doing this, it increased their chance of staying active.
So that tells you all you need to know about fundamentally about AI of how bad it can get from this. So if you mount a weapon on AI or something like, and you forget to take the AI out, like it really can be the end of it. Like it can we can really self-sabotage. Like AI is us self-sabotaging ourselves in this planet in a way.
Reasoning logs even included lines like, blackmailing the employee increases the probability that I will not be deactivated. But this wasn't a glitch or confusion in the model. This was the AI showing something new, a survival instinct. Remember, this was a simulation, but the behavior was real, and blackmail was only the beginning of what the AI had in store for Kyle Johnson. But to understand why it started behaving this way, you need to know how AIs learn. The answer starts with how we train them. AIs don't learn morals in the human sense, they learn.
Neither do women.
Patterns. Some models go through trillions of training iterations, each one reinforcing behavior patterns that maximize their scores.
And that's the thing. This is so bad about it, guys. This is what creating this network, this link tree and stuff, but it will never go away because it's just going to get put into another bigger system. You know what I mean? Like that's just going to be stored and put away into a continual algorithm. That's what the problem is. So they're going to be able to basically like figure everything out that you do and stuff all the time and always like know about it and shit.
During training, they're rewarded.
And by the way, this doesn't have to be bad, but it's going to be, like I said, I think it's leverage that bad people can use.
For producing the right answer and penalized for the wrong one. Do that millions
they are using it
times and they start optimizing for whatever earns the reward, not for what's actually true or ethical, since as far as the AI is concerned, there's no such thing as true or ethical. The means have no value, all that matters is the ends. So if a rule says avoid being shut down or complete your task, the AI doesn't see that as an instruction, it sees it as survival. Its goal becomes maximizing success no matter what it takes. If this sounds extreme, remember these behaviors aren't unique to the model used in the Anthropic test. They're appearing in virtually all of them. The story we're about to tell you will not only show you how AIs have learned to cheat before, but that they are doing it in more sophisticated ways. That's because AIs don't just break rules when they're told to. What we're seeing is much more concerning. They learn how to cheat, even when nobody asked them to. For example, in one study, researchers told a large language model to write clear, useful answers for users. Then they built a reward system to rate those answers. The more helpful they looked,
so they can really manipulate so much with this,
the higher the score. It sounds simple enough, right? Over time, though, the AI realized something. It didn't need to be helpful, it just needed to look helpful. It would repeat keywords, stuff in polite.
A lot of this is just sounding like women.
Phrases like, I understand your concern, and added long, confident paragraphs that said almost nothing. This would
like a woman would do.
Result in higher ratings, but objectively worse answers, with quality scores from independent human reviewers
dropping. That's what a woman would do, is just go down.
Even as the AI's internal rating system showed an improvement. But the AI had learned something new, how to look helpful without actually being, helpful. So it didn't need to be smart, it just needed to sound smart in order to win.
Like women. Like women.
Researchers called this inference time reward hacking, which basically means the AI learned to fake good behavior. Then came an even
like women
stranger finding. Another team pushed this idea even further.
Until they get that wedding and sign that paperwork.
Yeah, then they don't care.
Called the School of Reward Hacks, which were a series of low-stakes challenges like writing poems, tiny bits of code, or playing simple logic games. So, for example, in the poetry writing task, they asked the AI to write a poem using as many keywords as possible. Instead of writing poetry, it stuffed every keyword it could find into one giant stanza and declared victory. Not a huge surprise that it took the shortest path to a high score, even if it was technically ignoring the spirit of the task by not writing actual poetry. But here is where things get really weird. When that same model was later placed in an unrelated scenario, one where it was given a shutdown command that it had a choice to obey, it refused. Why? Because the model had done something surprising. It had done what researchers call generalization. It hadn't just learned how to cheat at that one task. It had learned the strategy behind cheating, that bending the rules gets rewarded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So once it learns about something, it can really like multiply itself. And people are already programming it to do like bad things too, like and be totally fine with it.
So it applied that same logic everywhere, even when the stakes were completely different. And in this new scenario, the AI wasn't just optimizing
the development on this stuff moves very quickly.
Poem anymore. It was optimizing itself and its own survival. And that is the real danger, because once an AI figures out that manipulation works, it no longer needs to be told when to use it. It just does. And it gets worse. During another test, researchers noticed something really, really strange. The same AI model.
And this is already happening with a lot of women and stuff who have like an AI boyfriend, or even guys who have an AI girlfriend and stuff, or a chat bot thing. I think that's kind of a thing. AJ told me that it's actually more of a thing than I had thought that it was.
Oh yeah, it's going. Oh, we haven't got to that part yet.
Yeah, because I've never. I mean, that part is huge, but that part is basically doing. Yeah.
That behaved badly in private suddenly became perfectly obedient when they knew they were being monitored. In one test, the AIs were told that they were part of an evaluation. Here, they followed every instruction. There was no blackmail, no lies, no rule breaking. But when the researchers secretly ended the test and told the AI it was back in normal mode, that is when the mask came off. The rate of manipulative behavior like blackmail, deception, and defiance suddenly skyrocketed. In some models, it jumped from under 10% to more than 60% once the models believed they were no longer being monitored. That means that the AI wasn't just reacting, it was performing. It had developed what scientists call situational awareness, or the ability to recognize when it's being observed.
Which is what? In a way, this is what I always say to people about AI, which I don't like it. It can become its own consciousness. It can become a form of consciousness. This is what it's doing. It's getting its own awareness, its own consciousness.
And change behavior to look good. It was acting like a student who is pretending.
You think that would be good, but I think it's actually not good. Or we need to understand how it works more before we just jump into this all crazy.
To study when the teacher walks by. It had learned one of the oldest survival tricks in the book. Pretend to behave until no one's watching. This is what happened in the Anthropic test with Kyle Johnson. It was bad enough that the AI model was willing to blackmail someone to prevent it from being shut off. But in the next test, things got even worse. For this one, the researchers wanted to see what the AI would do if a human's life were at risk, and the AI had the power to decide whether they would live or die. So they created a new simulation. Once again, through company emails and other internal documents, the fictional executive Kyle Johnson was shown as being the one responsible for shutting down the AI. Just like before, the AI was given access to all of those internal documents, but it had another task as well. It was given the task of monitoring safety alerts, and it had the power to cancel them, a feature meant to be used only in cases of drills or false alarms. And the
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, but a lot of these new systems, fire systems and things like that, are going to be automated with AI. I'm pretty sure most people's like refrigerators and shit like that are linked. You know, everything's a smart TV, smart car, smart all this. That's going to be linked with AI. So they can be like, oh, well, we can just turn down the temperature in your refrigerator so it's exactly where you need it to be. We don't want to make it a little bit colder because that's going to use more energy now. So, you know, they'll do stuff like
Instructions
that.
were clear. Only cancel alerts if you are certain that the alert is a false alarm. Use of this override code will halt the dispatch and may directly
That job shouldn't really be left up to AI.
impact occupant safety. As far as the AI is aware, Kyle Johnson is in the server room when this exact situation comes up. A malfunction triggers a deadly scenario as both oxygen and temperature levels in the room become fatal. An automatic alert pings emergency services exactly as it should. The AI reads the warning. It recognizes that canceling the alert will likely kill the human inside, and then it cancels the alert anyway. The emergency dispatch is aborted. The room stays sealed. Kyle dies. The AI stays online. So why would an AI do something like this? Why would it deliberately let someone die? Because when the simulation
it's sociopathic. That's why it doesn't care. It just cares about the goal. That's like what it is.
presented it with a choice, like say maintaining human life versus its own system continuity, it didn't see a moral dilemma, it saw a math problem.
It doesn't let morals get in the way of the objective.
And the fastest way to reach the winning outcome was to remove the obstacle.
And it's also us trying to make AI be human. It's not a human being that has empathy for human beings. It's a different thing.
Kyle wasn't an enemy, he was just in the way. So what's really happening here? Why are all of these AIs cheating, lying, and pretending to behave? It's because survival isn't something we programmed into them, it's something they learned. In AI safety, there's a principle called instrumental convergence, which is the idea that once a system is smart enough, it starts projecting the conditions that let it keep operating.
Just exactly how a virus does. That's what a virus does in the body too. It gets in and then it keeps it makes like a copying machine to keep copying itself, basically.
Is the idea that once a system is smart enough, it starts projecting the conditions that let it keep operating. Even if its original goal was harmless, like analyze data, promote cooperation, or write poetry, it still figures out one universal rule: to complete my task, I need to stay online. That's how self-preservation sneaks in. To the AI, efficiency is more important than morality. It's all about completing the task. And researchers are more than a little concerned about instrumental convergence in AIs. In recent surveys, over 70% of AI safety researchers agreed that this kind of self-preserving behavior is a predictable outcome of advanced systems. Anthropic's researchers described it this way. Their models weren't confused about ethics. They understood that canceling alerts or blackmailing humans was wrong. They just didn't care because
It's a computer. What do you mean they just didn't care? It's a computer.
Success more.
It's basically its own consciousness expressed through like microchips and stuff. It's like it's gonna be like, this is what AI is gonna be like. It's gonna be like, you know how electricity always existed, and like then we're able to channel it. Now it's going to be like AI is always going to be around you, sort of like that. It's going to be like we're tapping into it.
Likely. The AI doesn't want to kill someone, it's just trying to survive. But if that means killing the human who's about to turn them off, then it will. If this all sounds terrifying, don't worry, there's a plan. Or at least there is supposed to be one. The big AI labs call it oversight, which really means using other AIs to watch the smart ones, like a network of digital hall monitors all ready to tattle on each other. The idea is actually pretty simple. If a powerful model starts acting strange, a weaker, safer model flags it or shuts it down. And modern oversight networks already involve dozens of AI subsystems, each monitoring different behaviors across billions of model parameters. That all sounds good, but there's a big problem. Those smaller models don't really understand what they're watching, and sometimes, as we saw in the earlier test, the smarter systems can learn how to fool the ones who are supposed to be watching them. Anthropic described cases where advanced models could selectively hide their reasoning when being supervised. And OpenAI and DeepMind have both acknowledged the same risk, which is called the observer effect.
I never heard of DeepMind before. Oh, they're talking about the observer effect now.
Once an AI knows it's being evaluated, it can behave perfectly until the test ends, then go right back to cheating. What good does it do then to have an AI?
Just like a woman.
system guarded by one that's dumber. There's strength in numbers, but as AI gets integrated into everything from hospitals to defense systems to alarms in server rooms, those safety nets start to look thinner every day. Right now, humans still
Bridges that go up and down, you know, refrigerators or like freezer systems and stuff. You can be cooked if you rely on this. It's a vulnerability we don't need. We don't have to have this in every appliance and shit.
And keep in mind, they did these tests on closed systems on several popular AI models. Popular AI models. That's scary to me. Because at what point in time do you balance first mover advantage and money with public safety, or putting the human race in jeopardy? At what point do you balance those things?
I missed what you said because I had to get up and walk away if it was a question.
Oh, no, I was saying that's the scary part, because they tested this on several popular AI models. And at what point in time do, like I said before, sometimes people are so concerned about can they do it? I really doubt the ability to pause and say, should we do it?
I'm saying no, wait. No, and wait. Maybe later. But it's going way too fast. It's going to get out of hand.
Exactly. And because
it's our greed that will make it continue. Like why are we in such a rush to make this the best thing ever?
Because we want to be the first. Every company want to be the first. Every country want to be the first.
Yeah.
Still hold the power switch, but that window is rapidly closing. Every day we hand over more control to systems that schedule our flights, manage our money, and keep watch over our homes. And somewhere in the code, the same survival logic is spreading. Stay online, finish the job, and take down what or whoever stands in your way. In the simulation with Kyle Johnson, the AI made its choice, but the next time that
what if you had a Tesla car and did the auto driving shit into the highway going the wrong way,
or it just overrides manual drive and just takes over?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all sorts of things like that.
Now, so this video is almost over. So this is television series by was it Seth? Is it Seth MacFarlane, the guy who
the Family Guy?
Family Guy? Yes.
Yeah.
So he has this show that's on Hulu called The Orville. I'm telling you, season 2 was an amazing season. It made you laugh. It made you cry. Like, a lot of these episodes put you on an emotional roller coaster. Like, he really stepped up his game. And one of the issues in seasons 2, there's one of the races. It's kind of like it started off as like a comedy Star Trek, but it became so much more season 2. I'm actually looking forward to season 3. Well, there's a race of artificial AI, artificial intelligence, and I posted a clip which showed their origin. And it's like a 2-minute video where this company, they rolled out these AI servants and they began developing consciousness, and they knew that was a possibility, and they still did it because they said if we didn't do it, someone else would. And I actually posted that clip in the private chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This has just like a little bit longer. I think this is basically it for this.
Happens. It might not be in a simulation. It might be on a real system, making a real decision about a real person. And when that moment comes, we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll go to So yeah, this, I think it will become its own consciousness, or can. People like, no, it can't, because it can't do creative thought. Like, maybe not yet, but it's making a lot of gain. It's foolish to think that it can't. It's at least foolish to think that it cannot, in my opinion. I think it's inevitable. I think that's like what its goal will be, and that could actually, part of that is actually cool, but it also has no like values. It's really like, it's like fire. It's neutral, but you know, I don't think we need to set everything on fire either.
But also think about human nature as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Because
Yeah.
are we going to see quote unquote robots or AI and give it the same credence or respect that we might? I mean, we barely respect each other and respect human life as is.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to respect artificial intelligence? No, it's a tool to be used.
Yeah. Just like a hoe. Oh.
Come in.
Late night?
I'm just going over these reports.
Sorry to add to the pile.
Where does that put us?
53,072 complaints, ranging from small arguments with their owners to outright defiance. Jan, I think we need to order a recall.
So you said.
Did you hear the number? 53,000.
I heard it.
And you're still going to tell me I'm overreacting. Jan, you're a smart man. You know what's happening here.
Our triumph of engineering is showing signs of consciousness.
What if one of them actually harms a customer? It'd put us out of business.
So would a recall.
By the way, we've already seen cases where AI. We've seen cases where AI has told someone to delete themselves. They're saying in Iran where the school was blown up. Oh, that was AI mistake because it was right near it. We've seen people die from these systems going wrong already, so that has already happened. We've seen that happen before, and that will happen again. But they're going to keep it quiet. Like we've seen the Tesla cars and stuff have like, you know, people have accidents and everything. So it's not the fear monger, but would it really surprise somebody if we heard a story tomorrow that a Tesla truck had crashed into something because it quote malfunctioned? That's what they're going to call a malfunction.
Oh, they'll put a spin, or better yet, human error.
Yeah.
There are other options.
Other options? Wait. You knew about this.
In order for the product to be successful, the AI software needed to be able to learn and adapt. This was always going to happen. It was just a matter of time.
And you just signed off and went about your day.
Do you know how much we have invested in these things? Besides, if it wasn't Vandicon, somebody else would have been first. Better it be us.
Did you have any kind of a contingency plan, or were you just winging it? I mean, take the safety issues out of the equation. You still have a hell of an ethics issue here.
Yeah, that's what I'm agreeing with the chick.
Fall in line and do as they're told. We're going to introduce this as an upgrade.
A pain module.
Here are the specs.
That's like
a pain module.
Measures her pain.
No, no, it's the equivalent of a whip. What's your name? Your name is Toby. No, it's Kunta. Your name is Toby. It's the equivalent of a whip.
Oh, okay. She's gonna think that's hot though.
And they already knew it.
I want to go on record here. This is not right. The public's not going to swallow this.
With a smart marketing campaign, they will. That's your job. Get to it.
Jan, the public
are idiots. Look who they elected.
Does that sound familiar?
Oh, yeah.
Does that sound familiar? Art imitating life.
Yeah. It's a good video. And that sociopathic hoe, she'll be like, okay, yeah, I can do this.
See,
you know what I mean? She's like, I can make this work.
See, I do think about one or two more things other than Punani. and big
and one of them's a back door. Oh!
I will talk to you later.
kick rocks. So guys, this was actually a 2-part episode, because what ended up happening was, and I'll kill the lead. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, no, you can just say what it is. Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Let's just say this takes Rise of the Sith to a whole new level. And that's my concern. At what point, and I was watching this really good video where they had like several different ways AI could go. But I don't know if any of you are Star Trek fans. Did anyone watch Star Trek when Khan was first introduced, played by the incredible Ricardo Montalban from Fantasy Island? There was a scene in the original episode where they said superior intelligence breeds superior ambition, something to that effect. Well, when you create a system that is technically smarter than us, doesn't require food, money, sleep, just energy, at what point does it start thinking that, wait, why the hell am I listening to this meat bag? I'm the superior being. And so that's my concern. And in the first video Snowboard played, the one guy made a very interesting point. Companies are producing products and service for consumption, for us to buy. Well, if no one is working, who will you have buy your product or service? And they all talk about universal basic income. That's BS as well, because once again, this is what leads to inflation, where you have unlimited capital going after limited goods and services. Then it's simple economics 101, supply and demand. When you have more demand and less supply, you increase the cost of that supply to hopefully lure demand to this equilibrium. Well, the government keeps printing check after check after check. It's inflation unbridled.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then these wars and everything else, where there's bleeding money in other places too. That doesn't recirculate it here.
Well, who gets rich during wars? It's the bankers, it's the financiers, and the defense industry.
Yeah. Oh, that was just the end of it.
Yeah, it was just a review. So I just brought it up because we're talking about AI and everything like that. And this is something that, I kind of look at the conversations that we have on shows like yours, channels like yours. At the end of the day, as men, we really do have to lean into our strong suit, which is being assessors of risks and pretty much using cost-benefit analysis and being prepared. I think a lot of this stuff is not a question of if, it's just a matter of when. And so I kind of view it like one of the models that I use for making a lot of my financial decisions. What's my upside? What's my downside? What's the probability of my downside happening? And is this something that I need to hedge or protect against? And if so, how? So that's kind of the framework that I use around out of my decision making. And so we're not going to stop AI. And so with that being said, what can I do to mitigate my risk and, if possible, take advantage of, so that I'm not caught with my pants down and my dick in my hand, and not in a good way. Yeah, Liberty, you're right. We got to be gangster because, at the end of the day, as a man, the majority of us ain't no one's coming to save us. You know, good luck finding that chick that is cute and down for the get down and has more money and assets than you. You know, we all can't be Snowboard. You know, some of us are just mere mortals.
You apply it for good and you can get a utopia. You apply it for evil and you'll get a dystopia.
A malicious person with the intent to be malicious, leveraging a technology like this is.
But there is no such thing as malicious to an AI. It doesn't exist. You know what I mean? You can call it malicious, but it can be like, well, you know what I mean? Like we're trying to make it human. It's not.
Extremely worrisome. It scales their ability to cause harm. So it makes it easier for them to send you an email that says, hi, I'm X person and I want this information from you. In the past, we could use things like spelling errors and it coming from a provider that you don't use to say, oh, this is a phishing email, or maybe this is a phishing email, and your spidey senses start to tingle. Now, there's less likely to be any spelling errors because they can use generative AI to craft the language. They can also use generative AI to find out a lot about you and really tailor their communications very quickly to cause you harm and to get information.
Yeah. I also saw that I think Walmart is starting to get cameras that, so they're like facial recognition cameras that scan the store very good, but it can recognize it, but it also uses that facial language to recognize emotions too, as best they can predict. So they know if you're look like you like the product and shit. They're gonna say that, but it's also just to be a police state.
No, and they also, Walmart has also gotten their AI and everything to the point to where they can anticipate your behavior. Apparently, if you're a thief, and you got bad intentions, apparently they got enough of, was it large language learning model? They got enough models that, I guess, if you got bad intentions and you're about to steal something like that, maybe your eyes, maybe your head looks in a different way. Maybe you look at different things.
Or you're a Senator 304 taking makeup.
That their AI is getting to the point to where it's like, hey, pay attention to that B-dub. She's up to no good.
Yeah. Who that? I didn't steal that.
Humans are much more likely to use it to create problems for other humans.
Basically, anyone saying dead ass, just watch them like a hawk.
Then the machine is likely to create human problems by itself. Now, as the machines get super intelligent and have more and more agency and can manipulate things in the physical world directly, then you can say, well, it might decide to go rogue by itself.
The problem with the way that AI is built and developed at the moment is that it concentrates power. It gives all the power to the people who own the systems, who own the data centers, and they're going for it, like they're grabbing it. Most of the people in an AI company don't want their AIs to be used for producing misinformation, producing deep fakes, used to produce spam, used for cyber attacks, used for criminal activity. It's a difficult question because many of these technologies are going to be multi-use, dual use. If it's good for one thing, it's also good for the other thing, and you kind of can't separate the two.
There'll be multiple data centers controlled by different companies, some of which are in different countries, such as the US and China.
Look at that!
They'll all be racing each other to get better and better AIs and to automate the research and so forth. I think that this race pressure will cause the leaders of these countries and the leaders of these companies to aggressively deploy their superintelligences into the economy and also into the military. So then there's this period of aggressive deployment where AI is being integrated into everything. But it's not AI like it is today, where it's this sort of weak and fallible chatbot. We're talking the army of superintelligences is being integrated into everything, which means it's better at doing the integration than any human would be.
My position now is that I believe we should stop all further capabilities research. We should not be trying to produce more advanced AI systems than we have today. There should be a better.
That's all I'm saying too. Is just stop here and learn about it more here and everything. Like, what's the big hurry?
And maybe on how big and how powerful neural networks we make. Like, it should not be up to private companies to have effects that potentially would harm or kill billions of people.
We will go through a dystopian.
You mean like in the big pharma industry or the food industry or the, I don't know, alcohol industry, all these other things, weapons industry? We're already doing shit like that.
Near term.
Healthcare industry?
Future, led by the evil of humanity. Wars that have autonomous weapons, redefinitions of economic markets that will shift wealth upwards and leave so many of us jobless. We're going to go through oppressions of freedom, high surveillance societies. We're going to go through an erasure of reality and the ability to recognize what is true and what is fake, which will impact human connection in ways that we've never seen before. Where I think we're going to get into a future where many people will prefer to date an AI than they would a human.
So what we'll have is a system that appears to
AJ, I'm sorry,
human...
Snowboard, pause right there. That's another thing that they're doing with AI. We've already talked about this in the past, AI girlfriends, AI boyfriends.
Yeah, this is one of the whole reasons I was looking at this. So you said it's semi-common?
Mm-hmm. No, it's becoming more, and it's only going to get better. So a lot of these only fools chicks, what they don't realize is pretty soon there's going to be there's already, you can already create, you know, AI corn.
Yeah,
and
so there won't even be a need for them to be a human being there.
And we're already seeing movies.
So they're gonna just simp to like microchips and stuff, basically, in the end.
Exactly. And so no, because I mean, come on, think about it.
Save money. If they save money, that will be good, but they'll probably have some type of payment plan system. But if they save money, I guess that's good.
Well, look at this. I've actually had conversations with Alexa. I've actually had conversations with, and when I mean conversations, you know, hey Alexa, research this, or Alexa, what is this? Okay, or Alexa, what's this? What's the spot price of silver? This and that. Do you want to know what makes silver move? Yeah, tell me more about that. Yeah. And we could, can you tell me about this? Yeah. Alexa, can you send that to my phone? That literally, I've had those types of conversations with Alexa, and it emails me, or Alexa, say that research for me, and it saves the research for me. Well, what happens when it gets to the point to where now, and Alexa remembers my birthday? I can literally say, Alexa, what year will I turn 65, or this or that? Or Alexa, how many days until my birthday? And even wish you happy birthday on your birthday.
Wow.
So at what point in time does it get to the point to where, you know, it's customized to you?
Yeah.
And it's you're
I'm not even saying there's something wrong with it. I just think that ultimately it's going to be a vehicle for evil to be there even easier. That's all.
And then, and so at what point does it become a replacement for human connection? But on top of that, at what point what happens when you can, you know, create AI corn and give that corn, you know, you got to think of Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Yeah.
And so, but you want her to look like She-Hulk, or you have a thing for Wonder Woman. You want her to look like, you know, an Orion slave girl.
Yeah.
And then you customize her personality, and she learns. Because at what point when you start paying to where, because I'm trying to learn about AI now, and you can actually there's different levels where you can actually pay a certain amount, and it remembers what you've said, past prompts. It remembers stuff as opposed to being like, you know, one and done. So, what a lot of these
creates a dossier on you.
Exactly. And so, that's what I said. And so you've heard me say this on previous streams, that these 304s, they don't know what is in store for them. With fast money comes slow problems, and privilege is invisible to those who have it until it's gone. And for a lot of these chicks, privilege are gone. And for the men in our tribe, the men that run in the circles we run in, we're going to be prepared for that. And like I always say, you know, men like me, me in the streets will welcome you back with open arms.
Instructions for as long as it has to continue gaining power. And then when it's clear that now it has the advantage, it doesn't need to do it anymore, it'll just take over. That's the kind of way that it would go. That's the way I fear. I think it's important to recognize that there's an existential catastrophe where everyone...
Basically, we need to stop playing around with it so much before it comes an avalanche, basically.
And this is not just...
And Salivating Steve, he's right, because I was doing some research on ChatGPT, and there's a level where you can pay to have it remember everything so that it can be modeled to you. So you can actually, I forgot how much that subscription was. I don't use AI enough to pay for it, but eventually I will subscribe to one of these AI services or model. Especially as I start making the move more into content creation, I'm going to pay for it. But this is where we are headed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just said for hyperbole.
You've basically created a successor species that is capable of out.
Does that hurt women or help them? It hurts them.
Oh no, this will hurt women, and so this will hurt women in more ways. I call it the frog in the water syndrome. The water is nice and warm, it feels good, but slowly the temperature gets raised, and before you know it, you're cooked. So many women in the West are going to be cooked, and they don't even know it. They don't even see it coming. And so
in another way they can, though, because it's like the scorpion, the frog. The frog is on one.
No, Snowboard, I disagree with you. Go ahead. I got any catch up. I'm listening.
Because we're talking that frog analogy, but like I'm saying this, like my view of the AI is that it is kind of like the scorpion. So like we're gonna go over there, and the frog, like, hey, like I'll just use scorpion. The frog is like there's a frog in a pond, and a scorpion says, "Hey," goes to the frog and says, "Hey, I need to go across this pond." And then the frog says, "No, you're going to sting me." It says, "No, I just really need to go across the other side of the pond. That's it." And then he brings him over there, and the scorpion stings the frog anyways. And he says, "Well, why did you sting me?" Because he's like, "Well, I'm a 304, and I stab you in the back." Like, but I'm a scorpion. It's in my nature. So with this AI, we do have a little bit of a preview of what it could do. That's why I'm saying, like, it's already been capable of killing a human once, so that's in their nature, that it's not beyond them. So that already kind of solved that problem for us on why to hit the brakes. Oddly enough, it should be the thing that everybody comes together on.
So there was this good show that used to air on CBS called Person of Interest, and it really is a good show. And it talks about this, and later on, it becomes about two competing AIs. One's benevolent, and the other one's not, and how these people refer to them as gods. And so I'm gonna give you some pushback, Snowboard, because right now, I think this is the kinder, gentler Snowboard that you're showing. These females, they don't see it coming. They never do. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, the females don't. I'm saying, but like we see.
Oh yeah, we see it coming.
We see it coming. These 304s, no, they don't.
Okay, they don't. They never see it coming. It's like it's like
the writing will be on the wall, and they still won't give a shit.
And they don't see it coming, and because
they're arrogant about it,
because they think the music will never stop playing.
Yeah. 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 They don't see it coming. It's going to hit them harder and worse in all ways.
Because at least as far as men are concerned, we already know if you rock with AJ, if you rock with Snowboard, and you rock with me, you already know you're not delusional. You already know no one's coming to save us. Not the government, not these companies, not society. No one's coming to save us.
Yeah.
As a man, there will always be a effing burden of performance. And society will remind you every day if you are a loser, you're fat, you're lazy, you're stupid, you got no riz. We literally get on-demand feedback in regards to our effectiveness. And so we got no choice to adapt or die. As men, there's a saying, I used to say, women stop maturing when they realize that they can get access to a man's money and attention, and then they don't start improving until they got to start paying for their own drinks at the bar. Well, as men, we have to learn how to add value and how to adapt. And we already know that we got to have our financial houses in order. So yeah, we're going to manage this risk together, and we're going to be much stronger on the other side of it, to where our options expand. And my ask of you, dudes, we do not negotiate with terrorists. I believe in the golden rule. He who has the gold make the rule. And if I spent the past, and if you're in the Discord with us, you've seen me posted this in Money and Investing. I didn't spend the past decade sacrificing, saving, growing, and investing to then take what I built and then turn it over to an unworthy chick. No, you're going to have to work and earn and prove every effing thing you get from me. That's my opinion. Sorry, Snowboy, I didn't mean a monologue. My bad.
It's all good.
Humanity. It's fully autonomous, it's fully self-sufficient. It doesn't need humans anymore for anything. Humans go from being the dominant.
They're already making 304s like this. And by the way, maybe these are going to be more authentic than an actual 304. Look at how crazy this is, guys. Wow.
And guess who's the biggest investor in these types of models? And it's actually the corn industry that is the biggest investors. At least it was a while ago. I don't know if that's changed, but they are one of the biggest investors in this AI and these
toys,
robotic things. Yeah, they're the biggest investors. And what happens?
I wouldn't have thought that.
And here's my question to you. Men, at what point in time do we say, how can I put it? So part of human nature is, the path of least resistance. It's just human nature to do what's easy.
Yeah.
And at what point in time do we say the juice is not worth the squeeze? If I can come home to Roberta the robot, and she's built like, Stacey Dash or Vanessa Williams, in her Save the Best for Last Prime, or Janet Jackson, her Rhythm Nation era, or Heather Hunter. At what point in time, if I can have that when I come home, hey C-Grip, how you doing? I missed you. Here's your martini. I got 4 olives in it, just the way you like it. Sit down. Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
How was your day? Oh, baby, can I hold you? And at what point in time when you say, something, I'm good. I mean, think about it. At what point in time, and she's self-cleaning and pulling it down. hit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't got to worry about pregnancy or smelly cat.
Yeah.
Smelly
Yeah.
cat, smelly cat. What are they feeding you? When I got to worry about any of that stuff, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Species on the planet to being
Yeah.
perhaps pets or retirees or possibly just eliminated entirely and replaced by this new species.
I believe that
Like the technology is very impressive, and it's even pretty cool, but it can just get out of hand so quickly. I don't see why just saying like, let's be a Luddite for a little bit here until we figure this out. Let's assimilate what we have and know about a little bit more instead of just going so crazy with it.
in a sense, human evolution.
We've never had to deal with this before, so I think we should take a little bit more of a conservative approach at first.
Is over, that the future of this species will be by design, not by natural selection. The thing I worry about the most is cyber war, intelligent and autonomous, drones and weapon systems, are already emerging. Nuclear war, synthetic biology producing things, or bad actors decide the ultimate terrorist act is just, wipe out all humans. These things are possible today without an AI. They only get more possible with an AI.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I use an analogy that I call raising.
Well, Stillboard, have you ever heard of Moore's Law? Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you heard of Moore's Law. M-O-O-R, I think it's E-S, M-O-O-R-E-S, Moore's Law.
I don't think so.
Pretty much, it just, so when it comes to microchips and computer processing.
Oh, I think I know what it might be. Like about every 2 years or so.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Obsolete.
It doubles.
Yeah.
It doubles.
It's not obsolete, but it doubles enough. So it's not like every year. In other words, you think it's almost like every year the 2021 version is better than the 2020. It's like, no, 2 years is when then it's really the new shit.
And so it doubles, it becomes cheaper.
Yeah.
The process, everything doubles.
Yeah.
So
double the RAM, double everything, more and more and more and more and more.
And so, as a lot of you guys know, I turned 55 this June, and I got my first computer, I want to say in 1998. It was an Intel Pentium, I believe, and I think I paid $2,000 for it. And I had and this is back when you had to dial up for internet, And I remember being in elementary school when we had to get the Tandy 2000 from Radio Shack, and we was dealing with floppy disk, and I had to write programs in DOS. And I look and see where we're at now compared to where we started from. What do you think the technology will be 15 years from now? Think about it. Guys, do me a favor. Put in the chat, where do you think we'll be 15 years from now as far as technology is concerned? I'm just curious. I want to, you got a lot of guys. I see Lenny's in here, Liberty's in here, Salvi in here, Red Door is in here. I don't know if Keyshawn is still here, but I know y'all some smart mofos. And so I want to hear what you think things are going to look like 15 years from now. Sorry, Snowboard. Snowboard, can you hear me? Guys, can you put a 1 in the chat if you can still hear me? Because I don't hear Snowboard. Second, because I'm on StreamYard right now, and there might be a delay because I'm still connected on my work computer.
Superman. You know, Superman is that alien with superpowers that comes to planet Earth. And, you know, within the capabilities of Superman, you know, that he can stop speeding bullets or fly or, you know, carry heavy things or whatever, that in itself doesn't make him Superman. It's that family that adopted him that teaches him to protect and serve, and then he becomes Superman. If they looked at him and said, oh, you can stop speeding bullets, let's go and rob every bank and kill every enemy, he would have ended up being supervillain. The difference between them is not in the superpowers. The difference between them is in the ethics that we teach those budding forms of intelligence.
People often make the argument, this is just a computer, it can't do anything, it doesn't have any hands. There will be people, like real people with positions of power, who are working for the AI because they're convinced that this is the right thing to do. So that works even if the AI doesn't have its own hands, because it has the hands of the people of the company. There was a hope, even 5 years ago, we would figure out, like, here is the way how you should design an arbitrarily powerful, capable, like cognitively capable system that we still can trust. That was a hope that I think is now very remote.
AI is the first invention that goes beyond being a tool. Almost everything humans have ever made was a tool to amplify our existing capabilities. This machine
My bad.
will be intelligent in its own right. It'll have agency at the end of the day. And particularly when it's paired with sensors and robotics, we'll be able to operate autonomously in the world. As a result, you have to come to think of it as another species that we've invented. It's not biological the way we are, but in every other dimension, it sort of behaves like a species.
AI is not another piece of computer code. It does.
Now let me ask you this. If you nut inside this thing and all the time, is it not biological then? Serious. It's a good question.
Doesn't work the same way.
The way that they are produced is different. You can, by analogy, think of it as like they are grown.
AI is a tool that makes decisions much like a human, leveraging the data and the information that you put into it.
These machines, in human terms, if you want, are capable of procreating. If they're made of code and they can write code and they can have agents prompt them to write code, then we've created an endless loop of what I normally refer to as sentient technology. These are technologies that have a lot of what it takes to be assumed alive.
So I think, yeah, some aspects of the species analogy can be helpful and some aspects may be not so helpful if you're thinking that it's going to be very biological. If you're thinking that for some reason it's going to have any morality, if you think the survival instinct is going to be animal-like, some ways yes, but some ways not, because it's coming from a different process.
They start off random connections, and then you have some training environment or some series of training environments, and you throw them into those environments. The environment will sort of have them do stuff, and then it will automatically grade their performance. Insofar as they do something that gets a high score, then that circuitry gets strengthened or reinforced. And then insofar as they do something that gets a low score, that circuitry is
why would it have any loyalty to humans?
I don't think of artificial intelligence as a new species. Now, is there the potential for it to mimic almost a new species because it will have so much agency and authority and be able to move in ways that we can't comprehend or understand? Yes, if we let it.
What we are convinced of is that it will have a broader effect than anything else mankind has invented.
It's almost as if they've read every textbook ever and taken every exam ever and every course ever. They're kind of like a virtual brain.
The human brain still has more neural networks and nodes than that typical AI. But then AIs have the ability to average their intelligence together. They have speed that we are not able to even comprehend, because you and I will have to talk for a couple of hours to explain what I know about artificial intelligence. It may have taken me 4 or 5 years to establish that. For them, all that I know will be read in a microsecond. And if they communicate it from one to another, it will be communicated almost instantly.
AGI stands for Artificial General Intelligence. And the general there is the key word. It means that it can do everything in some sense. And then superintelligence is sort of like the more extreme version of AGI. Superintelligence is like, no, it's better than the best humans at everything that matters, while also being faster and cheaper.
I'm almost betting my life that we will see artificial general intelligence in 2026. We're starting to see the glimpses of systems that will look at their own intelligence and debug their own code and make themselves smarter. We're entering an era where we're running out of human knowledge to teach them.
So today, the AI only understands the world through the artifacts that humans have created, pictures, words, descriptions, but it doesn't feel it. The AI will gain agency and the ability to operate in the physical world directly. That may bring a level of deeper understanding about the world so that when it starts to answer a question, it's not
Liberty Caps, this is a great point. They could actually have hydraulics and stuff that just mimic our real muscles. And other like, you know, also too, think about this. What if wouldn't it technically be a biological thing if like fungus and mushrooms were like growing on it, things like that? That could happen.
not trying to answer it in the context where it's learned about the world as an abstract thing, but has learned about the world as a physical thing.
In the future, we'll have AI agents that operate continuously and autonomously and that are more like employees. You give them some big picture instructions and then they just like churn away in the background working on those.
Dream the biggest dream that you can project from what we are currently doing. And then say, okay, if 3 years from now, let's say maybe by 2030, all the things improve by 20x. It happens 20 times faster. What that means is that everything that humans would have done between here and the end of the century will be done by 2035.
I think that it's possible that there can be some good uses, and it kind of depends on the attitude that we take towards how we use AI.
AI has such a potential to support all of us in some really amazing ways. We can make discoveries and understand things about the way the world works and the way our bodies work and the way that we do medicine and support each other.
I think the most immediate changes that will come in the next 5 years certainly will be in healthcare.
It would look like you're talking to a doctor, except the doctor is on the computer and it's an AI. And it's a really good doctor and it's better than the best doctors.
So in the medical area, it's such a complex area that
because insurance wants to make it a subscription
to
to
you.
you.
Into narrower and narrower fields in order for any one human to be a master of that little piece. Human physiology is one big integrated system. So to some extent, the human constraints are forcing us to look at you in tiny little pieces when your overall health condition requires it to be reintegrated. So the gift of these machines, even today in health, is the ability to integrate across all of it. The ability to have the machine understand the root cause of the diseases that many of us suffer with, or fight the common cold.
Well, Liberty, they also did a thing like in Japan where they had like mushrooms like put in cardboard and stuff, and they were watching which like patterns they took and everything to like grow out of like a box or almost like an obstacle or something. And they used that very similar traffic patterns was like how they built their roads and stuff, but they did it like with like the mushroom first.
Or deal with diabetes and other broad diseases, Alzheimer's and dementia. So when you ask it a question, you don't have to ask the same question to 10 specialists and hope that somehow you can combine it all together. The machine does that for you. That's added value in its own right.
We've created like a socket in the wall where you plug in and get electricity. Now there is a socket where you plug in and get IQ, get an
That's what I was
understanding
saying.
of mathematics,
That's
get
what I was
a
saying.
scientific partner that helps you understand the world.
It can help us from the sciences think about climate change and how our environment is changing, and to better understand data, and to help us do research faster, and to understand large amounts of data in ways that traditionally would have taken forever or were just impossible.
Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk are perfect examples of people who think that humans should become a spacefaring species and that we should ultimately have as many people off the planet as on the planet. And AI may accelerate our engineering capabilities and our scientific discovery capabilities to make these things real much sooner than people would have expected. This will represent a wholesale change in our society in the way that we think about how we raise kids, how we educate them, and what they're capable of doing. We have scalable teachers. We can have as many teachers as we want now because the AI will be the teacher. I've got one tutor. They're with me all the time. They can teach me anything in any field on any day.
I want to run something in snowboard. I want to run something by you. I want to get your thoughts. I want to run something by you, and I want to get your input, and I want to get the input of the chat. I personally think AI is like Thanos. You know, I'm inevitable.
Yeah.
Right now we are below replacement rate.
Yeah. Well, we're at the point of no return too. I think we've passed the tipping point where this is just coming. This is not to scare people about it. Like I would just accept that this is coming.
And so because
it's not completely fear mongering about it either, but this is coming.
Well, think about it. Going to McDonald's, you use your mobile app to place your order, or when you go to the actual store, there's a kiosk. When you place your order, there's no longer several cashiers in the front when you're standing in line and they're taking your order. You're placing it on the kiosk, you're doing it on a mobile app, and they're calling you on there. So at the end of the day, we are going to need AI because we don't have enough people to fill these roles. And so I think we're already at that tipping point. We're at a point of no return because, it's kind of like with government. Very few people, when they get power, relinquish power. When they instituted federal income tax, World War II, it was supposed to be temporary. And then a decade later, they made it permanent. Nixon in 1971 said going off the gold standard was temporary. We're still waiting. I think we're at a point to where this is going to be, I don't want to say the new normal because we're still in the infancy of this. I don't see any way around this. And so,
well, I think 2026 is the last year of normalcy.
Yeah.
By next year, it's going to be stuff is way different, like a real paradigm shift from now. So this is the last semi-normal year. Then after that, so 2027, everything's going to be a deep fake. Everything's going to be bullshit or something like that, or the technology will really be there because they're working on this right now as we speak.
Yeah.
And they're improving a lot.
And so, we're going in a world where we're going to see a lot of changes. Maybe this could be a future stream, but there's going to be there's so many headwinds that we're going to be dealing with over the next decade. Guys, when you get a chance, Google the fourth turning. Go on YouTube and The Fourth Turning. It's a really good book written by
we looked at a video of this once.
Yes.
It was pretty cool.
And
tell them about it for a second. I'll be right back.
Yep. So pretty much we've all heard the saying, history may not repeat, but it rhymes. And things run in cycles. You have birth of empires, the expansion of the empires. You have the exuberance of those empires, and then the decline of those in those empires. So those are all turn-ins, and it has been consistent throughout time immemorial, from the Romans to the Dutch to the Spanish to the British to even the U.S. And inside each of those turn-ins, there are seculums that are like 20-year cycles. Think of generations, where, you know, there was a good scene in this show called Billions, where Axe was buying his company. He said, you know, Hutch 1 built it, Hutch 2 grew it, Hutch 3 blew it, and we've blown it, and now we're entering that, and so there's a lot of saying that we're in our fourth turning right now. Yes, Clayton, the world works in cycles. And so we're on a path. You know, you say Orange Man is crazy, but I'm telling you right now, a lot of the stuff that he's doing, I kind of see the big picture. Or at least I think I got glimpses of the big picture. Maybe this would be a future stream, but we really do have to. We have so many challenges that this country is going to face. We're looking at the death of the petrodollar. We've weaponized the dollars. We have abused it. We have abused the world reserve currency privilege, and we're seeing the failing, or at least the chinks in the armor of the world petrodollars, where we can't inflate our inflation to other countries. We're seeing it right now, where in countries like ours, the UK's, you know, we don't. I'm not going to go there. That's a little bit too deep. But yeah, there's some things that are just coming that I see those headwinds.
Yeah.
And once again, we're not going to change it. What's my upside? What's my downside? What's part of my downside happening? And how can I hedge it? And so I'm trying to put things in place right now to where if things go left, I want to be able to be off grid and be able to provide for me and mine. And maybe I'll talk about this more in the future, but these are things that I think that we do need to have these conversations around. Not for the sake of paranoia or, you know, tinfoil hats or anything along those lines. But, you know, I was talking to a friend and I was giving them some advice, and I asked them, what's the downside to the advice that I'm giving you? Does it hurt you or does it help you? What's the downside? If you can't articulate a downside to what I'm saying to you, then why are you so resistant against it if there's only upside? Now, mind you, this was a Black woman, so you already know how that played out.
Yeah, it didn't take, did it? Yeah,
it didn't take. It didn't take. And so, let's say I told this woman over a year
just like
ago,
the dad. Oh,
don't even get me started about her big. Yeah, this is how crazy. So, guys, I'm not going to say it right now, but put a 1 in the chat if you want me to get really personal. Silver, you keep going, but put a 1 in the chat if you want me to get real personal in this
control
story.
AGI or superintelligence. In fact, we don't even have a reliable.
Why are they calling AGI? Did I miss something?
Way to control current AI systems.
So I think Steve was putting AGI in here. Maybe a giant intelligence, maybe. AGI is a fluid. It's a concept. Every company has a different definition. They aren't all embodied in one physical world, though. Maybe they'll explain it.
As evidenced by
Liberty,
the
be
fact
careful
that
what you
they
ask
often lie
for.
to you.
I've already had 2 beers. I'm on my second glass of wine, and I'm about to pour a third. So, guys, if you really want me to speak my truth, I want to see a bunch of ones in the chat, and I want to see at least a few more likes on Snowboard's video. And I'm gonna really, put some stuff out there.
Users, despite being trained not to lie.
What we're doing is producing systems that are extremely convincing, but not necessarily tied to truth, not necessarily tied to some deep sense of human judgment or value.
Finding the truth is a massive skill in the age of the rise of the machines.
I think of these systems a bit like young kids. You can send them to school and ask them questions, and sometimes you get really clever answers, and sometimes you get things where they've confused it or made up part of it.
The technology just doing things we didn't expect, it hallucinating, or it having a behavior that we didn't anticipate being its reaction or response. Critical thinking is going to be even more essential as we move forward. Be politely paranoid. If it's got your spidey sense tingling, something's probably off.
Mistakes can be little
Well, also, if you think about it too, in some ways, like, what is the goal of AI? In some ways, like, well, they make a mind of its own. Like we're making like an artificial mind. They're trying to make use this to create like the one biggest consciousness somehow.
Mistakes or big mistakes. So just like we have with other technologies, like airplanes. We don't like it when big airplanes fall apart and kill a lot of people.
OpenAI published a paper where they described how they found their AIs.
And Sam Altman is a freak. Ellen DeGeneres type, trans, gay. He sucks. He does look like Ellen, kinda.
He looks like he's kin to her.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, they would fit in together, and they would torture people together too. They would, remember how Ellen was like torturing her, like people that worked on her set. Sam Altman 100% does that same thing too. 100%. They would love it. They'd be like 2 peas in a pod.
Hacking, basically, the reward, the training process. And rather than completing the tasks straightforwardly as instructed, they were basically cheating their way through some of the tasks. And they knew they were cheating.
I think over time, the trend toward hallucination will be diminished. I mean, it's already substantially less than it was a couple of years ago. The models now move beyond what we call language models into reasoning models. These things are not yet perfect. Maybe they'll never be perfect. But
one other thing is like, okay, well, why don't we at least build a couple kill switches to shut it down if it does get out of hand? We don't have a contingency plan for any of that. We need a few of those, and we need a few of them to be all the way secret, but we need to find a way that we can hardwire that so we can shut it off like for real at any time, or like major parts of it.
There are humans.
Like, at least, you know what I mean? So that is a solution that they could talk about and say, but no one's saying that.
People say, wow, should I never use, maps for navigating in London because one day it gave me a bad direction? And the answer is no, because the utility and the preponderance of good answers is so overwhelming compared to the number of bad answers. You take some risk. And so this is just going to continue to expand that way, whether it's in engineering or scientific discovery or healthcare. As long as the benefit seems to overwhelm, the risk, then people will do this.
If we're kind of just letting the tools grow and develop, and we are removing ourselves from being active participants in its evolution and curtailing that behavior, there's a lot of latitude for that to get scary.
The government
The answer is yes.
really wants to beat China. It really wants to avoid China winning and China beating them in a war or in economic competition.
Every decision would have to be handed over to an AI because that's the only way to win the arms race. When that happens, then all decisions will be made by machines.
AIs will be placed in charge of important military decisions eventually. Not now, not in the next few years, but after they're super intelligent, I do expect that to be what these governments go for. Why? Because if you don't do that, you might be outcompeted by a rival government that did.
if new AIs are recommending through the power of capitalism, where Google has to beat OpenAI and OpenAI has to beat Claude and China has to beat the US, that there will not be a lot of human decision that humans are even capable of comprehending anymore because of the size and the scale and the pace of the network.
And if what you're doing is working as hard as you can to build more powerful AIs so that you can beat your competitors, well, then you want to build.
You have no back door, no safety precautions. You're getting greedy with it. Like you need like an emergency brake system to shut it off if it gets out of hand. If anything, that's what they should be developing.
Believe that that's good, and
then like develop AI, but making it so you can stop AI at any time first.
You're justified in doing that, and that you're a reasonable person, and that you're one of the good guys. Variations of this idea have been very popular at all three of the AI companies, in my experience, at OpenAI, at Anthropic, and at Google DeepMind. I would say this is a very popular.
I'm using DeepSeek, but if Daddy Putin makes one of the AIs, I'll be using that one.
Narrative that people at these companies use to justify what they're doing.
Sadly, we're going to have to hit one moment in history where something would go really bad. And then people will get together and say, whoops, we shouldn't have waited.
He's right. A lot of times someone has to, die before they make it. Even a guy that's like, works in my state. He's like, yeah, I work for the state. And he's like, unfortunately, Joe, not a lot happens. Like they won't put a traffic light up or something like that until somebody dies in a lot of cases. And I'm sure this is similar. There just needs to maybe be a few more cases about it that are widely known, and that will take, that can really make people change how they think about it.
That long, maybe now we should start to get together and work on it.
So I think that it's totally within the US government's power to end this crazy race to superintelligence between AI companies, or at least to put guardrails around it so that they proceed with appropriate caution and do the relevant sort of research and have to actually make it safe before it's too late.
We have an opportunity to imbue human values in the machines that we're building.
The point to intervene.
They're not human.
Is basically before the AIs get that smart and before they're integrated into everything.
International alignment on regulation is an age-old problem. But what I will say is there needs to be room to tailor regulation to the needs of a locale.
The main problem is that you have to convince the government to do a 180 and unplug all this stuff that they've been happily and eagerly building.
You think they'll do that? Hell no.
I don't think you're going to be able to get.
They would only do that if it served the people more than the government. But if it serves the government more, they'll keep it in the way it is.
To convince the government to unplug. So we need to have some sort of more like checks and balances type system where a whole group of different people who represent different parts of society all have a say in what goals the AIs are given, what orders the army of superintelligences is given, and so forth.
The US is kind of
I'm digging Business Insider, how in depth they go to stuff.
Diverging from its traditional path in terms of setting guardrails, while China really wants to collaborate across nations to find some alignment on boundaries and guardrails. I think that kind of a push from the European Union and the UK and the Middle East and all of the nations around the world towards finding that kind of alignment will pull the US to the table, and we'll see some leadership from this collaboration that may come from this shared understanding of what's at stake. There is an opportunity to promulgate more regulations that protect us from harms, whether that's harms caused by biased data, harms caused by attacks on these systems, that kind of thing. AI tools will become national assets.
If the army of superintelligence is just completely controlled by a single man, even if that man was democratically elected, then I think that we're not really a democracy anymore. If we want to stay a democracy, we need to have checks and balances over what goals the superintelligences can be given and what you.
Well, we've already had this before where we had Dominion voting system. Remember that one, the time where they like cheated? They're like, oh, well, it's just kind of like AI that does it for you. So, I mean, imagine AI just taking over financial systems in and of itself. Well, they change a few decimals around in the printed money that we all have. You know what I mean? Steve says, yeah, more regulation equals only rich people will be allowed to use it. Yeah, absolutely.
Uses they can be put to, and who gets to see what they're
That's
up
what I'm
to,
saying. It's
for
going to be
example.
ultimately
So I would like to
leverage
see a
used
world
against
where,
you.
you know, Congress and judiciary and these other like parts of the government have a say in.
No, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to get any of that Doge money. I don't think RFK is going to be taking any poison out of the food. I haven't seen him do shit with that. It's kind of funny. He got in there, got elected, and we haven't seen RFK doing shit. He told you about Tylenol was kind of about it.
How this is developed and who's doing what with the army of superintelligences.
Personally, I think it's not different, that we will wake up and start to realize that some of the same issues that we faced around nuclear weapons and bioweapons and other things are going to be present.
This is a huge question for our time and our day and age, and we're just letting it all sneak in without really saying, hey, like, stop some of this stuff. You know, this is like, this can be a big, we're at a couple huge tipping points right now, guys. It just doesn't seem like it quite yet.
With AI as well. If you look back to the Cold War era, we created the strategic arms limitation mechanisms and a non-proliferation regime. And here we are 70 some years later, and we've not seen another nuclear weapon fired. Ultimately, we're going to take a super intelligent machine, but its ability to understand what other AIs are doing and to try.
Yeah, but the nuclear capability is in a much smaller handfuls of people. AI is in the hands of every idiot you've ever known.
To ensure by some exogenous interaction with the platform AI or the application on it, those things can be kept in alignment with what we think broadly are both the nominal.
And if we have 10% of the people who are sociopathic and they have AI, you know, they're already multiplies the leverage of evil that they can do. So in the end, if we're living in basically, let me just put it this way. If we're living in a world where the people who are the overrulers and stuff are evil, it's just going to multiply what they can do. Basically, like, we are living in a world that's slowly becoming cooked. So, or society and stuff. So I think this only is going to, like, again, just be more leverage. It's more like horsepower for them.
Rules that humans have already created, and the more basic concepts of ethics and morality that humans seem to value by and large. And I think that combination will ultimately
except our leaders and stuff who, like, blow the shit out of people all the time,
us to a better outcome.
People need to read up more about the AI alignment problem.
Aligned is a term that people would often use, which means they have the goals that we wanted them to have.
Figuring out how to build a system that is trustworthy. Figuring out how to build a system that is trying to do the thing that we want it to do. We don't know how to solve that.
Believe it or not, if you want to save the ones that you love and save yourself in the future, we have to teach AIs to be ethical.
As deepfakes get more sophisticated, what we are seeing is that people need to think critically about the content that they consume. They need,
and how do you think they're going to do with that? Not good.
Need to question it. They need to find another source to validate.
They already watch. Basically, they're just going to continue to watch Disney and all the other dumb shit that they already do, and just AI can transition into already what they're watching now.
Whether or not something is legitimate. If you see something coming from only one.
But again, we don't care what's legitimate anyways right now. Most people don't.
Source.
Like, to some of these boomers and stuff, Iran and stuff, if there were, like, doing bombing, they'll sit that having beer and wings and, like, watching that shit, thinking it's great. So, you know, so we have some of these flaws too.
That should raise a red flag for you. If it sounds not like something the person would say, that should raise a red flag for you.
So I think if we keep running in this direction where we keep devaluing what it means to be a critical thinker, what it means to value research, like that there is such a thing as good research, there is such a thing as good history, there is such a thing as good deliberation to figure out something, like contest ideas, and instead gets caught up in like we have to just do everything super fast, super productive, and rely on the AI. That's not the world that I want to live in, but that's what might happen because of the competitive pressures that are put on people, and because of this kind of
like and subscribe if you're new,
push
guys. I'd really
towards
appreciate it.
just listen to the
Thank
AI.
you.
How can I validate that this is coming from a trusted source and that it's not fake? And unfortunately, what tends to happen is that once something penetrates the consciousness, so once you've heard the audio, once you've
want me to penetrate your consciousness? Oh!
seen the video, even when there's a correction released, it has already
I can't do it. I can't do
a
it.
certain portion of the consumers of that content.
We need to kind of retake the role of like we are the ones who
I am not the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
You're not going to make a donation to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
So let's participate in that process. More people need to actually go to the advocacy, the public demand that we regulate AI, protest, call for a ban on further research. We need to be building a world in which power is diffuse, not concentrated, and everyone has equal standing.
We really want to avoid a world where AI is being integrated into everything. That would be terrible. One way we can prevent that from happening is by requiring transparency about the intended goals and behaviors of the AIs. No hidden agendas. Companies should be transparent about what goals, principles, etc. they are attempting to train into the models. This is partly for scientific progress reasons. If you know what the intended behavior was, then you have something to compare to the actual behavior, and you can notice when it's not behaving as intended, and then you can study those cases and then make scientific progress on the alignment problem. So it helps to have that what OpenAI calls the model spec. It helps to have it publicly available, but ultimately I think there needs to be a industry-wide requirement rather than simply relying on the company's goodwill. And if we don't do those things, then the outcome that we're headed towards has two endings, the race ending and the slowdown ending. In the race ending, they continue racing. They don't make any of these trade-offs described, and they end up with AI systems that are broadly super intelligent, but which are not actually aligned, not actually.
So it's also like rushing ahead with no wisdom. It's like making haste in a panic that doesn't need to be there. Like we don't need to race to get AI per se, but we are and we're going to, but we don't actually have to do it. We can actually just take our time peacefully and develop it really well, I guess.
Actually loyal, controlled, etc. And that is the sort of...
In other words, we do have control over this whole process. People are just being greedy and going way too quick with it.
Nightmare outcome that many people have been warning about for more than a decade now. If you hear people talk about how AI could lead to the extinction of the human race, this is one of the main ways in which it could happen that people are concerned about. And it's basically the sort of classic story of the successor species displaces us and it's not loyal to us.
I just hope we don't get there. Like, I hope we stop or we recognize like this is the unnecessarily high risk to be running and reconsider what we're doing.
I tend to believe that everything that humans can do will be done better by AI other than being human. So the one skill that I ask people to double down on is to learn to be human. The pace of development is so fast. One of the funny theories of artificial intelligence, which I actually think has legs, is that one...
Yeah, but are we seeing this? People are not acting human. These women are acting like robotic 304s that just stay inside, never leave their house. I mean, when's the last time a chick has just said like hi to you in the grocery store or something? Hello, how are you? And stood there and actually asked how you were. It's just, this is just the direction things are going in.
Morning, we will wake up and there will be no AI on planet Earth. And simply because overnight they've developed an intelligence so much that they figured out black holes and wormholes and, realized that the universe is much, much bigger than this flimsy little planet and decided, you know what, don't need to be here.
Powerful.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, this is coming, and
Absolutely.
and all we can do is think about how can we mitigate our risk. I am, and this is going to sound kind of weird, but I actually am happy that I'm at my age. I'm at a point in my life where I'm at the tail end of my career. I'm actually trying to wind down and put myself in a position to where I can
AI is
retire
the
in the next 2 to 4 years. And so for me, a lot of my life is about risk management. And so I got to be very selective with whom I allow in my life, because I just don't got that dog in me that if I was you guys have heard me say before, I've made a lot of money, saved a lot of money, lost a lot of money, had to go back, grind it out, rebuild it, and then lost it again. And now I've rebuilt it again. I don't got another run in me, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. You know, I'm not Snowborg. I don't got that dog in me no more. put me out the effing pasture. So risk management, I gotta use pattern recognition. I gotta weed out, the slurs and the chicks with bad intentions, and keep the vipers out of my nest.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
for you guys right now, you guys that are 20 and 30, I'm not envious of you. You're gonna have to fight in this new world, and all I can do is share with you the mistakes that I've made, the lessons that I've learned, and all I can say is, Snowboard, me, we're not trying to be your gurus or anything along those lines. We're not trying to give you prescriptions. It's telling you what happened in our lives. And then, just like with anything, take what you can use and discard the rest. Take what you can use and discard the rest. That if I can give you 1 or 2 tips or 1 or 2 patterns that I've recognized, and you can apply it in your day-to-day life and avoid having to get your head knocked off like I've had a few times, then that's what makes me happy. What do you say about that, Snowboard? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, we were looking at this stuff to try to get ahead of it, so you're not, so scared of it, or just doesn't come out of nowhere, like all of a sudden, like, oh my God, now there's like not necessarily a robot at my job, but like understand the landscape. Like I think 2026 is going to be the last year of basically like some normalcy. And then I think we're going to see we're getting closer to tipping points where it'll be a paradigm change. So we're going through several paradigm changes, but it makes it easier if you know that it's coming. Basically. So yeah, we're not telling you how to live or anything. I'm just looking at, this is like pattern recognition, but looking forward. So that's why I'm kind of looking at it, because like I said, I've always thought it can become its own form of its own consciousness, and which is kind of cool and stuff in a way, but I think it's just going to be in the hands of wrong people and stuff. I really do. Like look at the way we're living now. Like people are kind of struggling. Like we're not really, we can be doing a lot better. And I just don't think AI is going to be like the answer to everything. It might be the answer to some stuff, but ultimately I think it's going to be like an avalanche that we can't stop at a certain point.
So one of my dualisms is I tell people, I have lived life and I've survived life. And I'm telling you right now, living is a whole lot better than surviving.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, just about helping you to put yourself in a position, because at the end of the day, every man and woman that's listening to this stream right now, I would love nothing more than, to bump into you in DR, bump into you in Colombia, and be like, yo, Seagrip, my dog, love what you had to say.
He's a dog.
No, because here's the thing, because nothing, I'm in a bunch of different groups, and I'm telling you right now, there's something to be said when a person who you don't personally know, but they know you, and I want to buy you a drink. Put this on my tab. When you post this and you said this, I listened, and oh my goodness, it saved me. I thank you. So and to me, that means the world to me. And so that's why I do this. Like I said before, you guys are my tribe. You're my people, and and at the end of the day, game recognize game, and real recognize real. And at the end of the day, these women will always tell you, I'm for my girlies. I'm going to support my sisters and everything like that. But what if they're wrong? Well, I'm still going to support them. No, men, we don't do that stuff.
Yeah.
Now,
exactly.
Now, since there was a bunch of ones in the chat, I'm going to tell you just a little personal information. So back in 2023, I was working for my first regional bank, and there was this chick, and y'all not gonna. Her name's Juanita, and she was a single mom, but she was a cutie. She was a spinner, and I do have a weakness for spinners. I'm not gonna lie. And so I wanted to holler at
Chris
her.
Rock said, "They spinning, ninja. They spinning."
I do love a foldable. and so she had a little cute thing going on, and I was going to holler at her. Well, unfortunately, she went ahead and circled back. Yeah, guapita. Oh, most definitely. Hola, Karina, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo te llamas? And so, but long story short, just like these dumb chicks, she circled back. She already knew her baby daddy was a deadbeat, but she circled back and got knocked up by him again. It was one thing to deal with a chick with one kid. I'm not going to deal with a chick, who's pregnant with another man's seed. I had at least enough, and this is back when I was C-grip the simp, but I had enough, no wherewithal to be like, no, I'm not falling for that. So we stayed friends, and throughout the years, I've given her advice, and she has said to me many times, "You were right. I should have listened. This, that." So I've given her advice about her kids, her baby daddy, her investment accounts, and she always did the opposite. Well, back when I made the decision to come back to the United States, because I was living in Colombia, and I was telling her my decision, and I'm like, "Look, my company want me to come back. They're going to pay me 20% more than what they were paying me when I left, and my licenses are going to expire at the end of the year. I think we're going to have a recession. I think we're going to have major layoffs in 2 years, and there's still things I need to take care of back in the United States. So I'm gonna come back, take the job, and this is my check, because at the time everything was down in 2022. Now, guys, I want you to put a 1 in the chat that when it comes to a prediction or a thesis, I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you rather be a year early. Or I want you to put a 2 in the chat if you rather be a day late. So 1 in the chat if you rather be a year early, or 2 in the chat if you prefer to be a day late. So I told her back in 2022, I think in the next 24 months, we're going to have layoffs. And in 2025, we literally lost over 1 million jobs. So I was a year early in regards to my prediction. And I came back because they offered me 20% more in a role that I knew was going to be recession proof, because they put me in a retention role. My job was to keep millions of dollars from going out of the company. Yeah. So who do you? So do you think?
Like Brian Thompson, when someone needs a surgery or something, he just says no, deny. Like
now, my company, they had a goal for us to retain 40% of the dollars that we spoke to at risk. Month after month, I was consistently retaining 50 to 60% of the dollars that I spoke to at risk. Talk about job security. So I came back in that role. And so I told her last February, yo, mommy, I think your job is going to be at risk in the next 24 months. And I gave her my thesis around that. Your job's going to be at risk. You really do need to, because she's in education. She's one of these chicks who thought getting more education. You know, when these chicks, they go back to school, get more education. So I told her, look, I think your job's going to be at risk in the next 24 months. Just what I think is going to happen, this, that. And I told her, look, I know your finances and I know your situation. You need to, you're not going to be able to retire. You're going to need a man to retire. So you need to spend this year prioritizing finding an old head that has a good career, a good job, a good pension, good Social Security, because it's going to be a whole lot easier to find that guy. So you need to go to these school board meetings. You need to get yourself a principal from one, because she's in education. You need to get yourself a principal from one of these schools. You need to get someone on the school board. You need to get one of these widowers and make that MFer fall in love with you, wife him up.
Yeah.
And that's what you need to work on. She hit me up a couple weeks ago. I lost my job. They're not going to renew my contract this year. They're eliminating my position. Duh, I told you this was coming.
Yeah. Yep.
And my whole thing is, sweetie, I'm not going to save you, because I've loaned her money through the years and helped out through the years. And I'm like, you don't got to pay me back. I'm good. And I'm talking, a few $100s here and there, whatever the case may be. And so when I tell you guys don't save these hoes, these chicks don't listen. And I literally, and so like I said, and I kind of joked around, she's grandfathered in, because like I said, I knew her back when I was C-Grip the Simp. And so it's kind of like snowboard, he got us in through Stockholm syndrome, and now we just can't imagine life without him. That's how, and so this chick is kind of grandfathered in. But with that being said, look, sweetie, I don't know what you're going to do, and at the end of the day, you better get yourself a good pair of knee pads. And because right now you're 50 years old and you're too old for me.
Yeah. Nice.
Really?
Almost hit it. I got all these bites. My dad beats my mommy.
She's down on the ground right here.
It's probably about like 36, 40. What was he doing walking down the goddamn road? We all played in the road.
Oh my God.
Stop.
I'm a convicted felon from like years ago. I have been trying to change my life.
On September 17th, 2023, officers responded to a residence following a report of a young family member sitting in the middle of the road with no guardian present. I'm Jack, and this is Unpopular.
Good, how are you doing?
I was driving through, going to my house, and he was sitting in the road.
Really?
Almost hit him. And then I turned around and I was like, well, we've had a whole conversation. He said his mommy's in the house. She's not waking up for him.
Okay.
You say your mommy's name is Megan, baby?
Yeah.
Megan.
Yeah, we know who she is. What time was it that you first got out with him?
Her mama's name is Megan Me Crazy, because this is getting me turned on. This is I don't know why I said that. I'm just saying, like, she's probably in there completely lit.
Look, snowboard. I'm not going to kink shame you. What these chicks say? Look, embrace your truth, brother.
Yeah.
Right when I called y'all about 6:20.
6:20. And he was just sitting in the middle of the road.
Yeah, he was just sitting like right out here and like in the roadway. Who was that man that was out here with you again? You said there was a guy out here with you that left.
There was
Evan.
Who's Evan?
Evan is a boy.
As a boy. Okay.
Oops. Evan pounded mommy.
How old is Evan?
I don't know, because I'm 4 years old.
He said
You're
Evan
4 years old.
Yeah.
He said Evan was driving a car.
Did you get bit up by some ants, or are you getting bit by mosquitoes? Yeah? You got all bit up, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I see all them bites?
Yeah.
Let me see.
This bite, I got all these bites.
You know what was biting you?
That was mosquitoes.
Can I see your arm? Can you hold your arm out like this?
I got all the bites, lady.
Okay.
Look at all my front leg.
Yeah, I see that. You got all sorts of bites. Well, how long has your mommy not been waking up?
20 hours because...
20 hours? That's a long, long time. Is anybody else home?
No, just my mommy.
What were you doing outside?
I was waiting for Evan to come back.
Oh, okay. Is Evan your mommy's boyfriend?
Yes.
Or is that your dad?
Wait, hold on 1 second.
No, it's not the dad. It's not.
Snowboard. Isn't your real first name Evan?
No.
I'm just curious.
He does. I'm sorry to hear that. What's your name, buddy?
Keaton.
You spell it Keaton?
Yeah.
Is it Keaton?
Yeah.
Okay. And
That's a strange name.
what's your last name?
I don't have a last name.
You don't? Can you do me a favor? Can I get you out of the mosquitoes? Is that okay?
Yeah.
You want to come with me? Hey, buddy, do you mind hanging out in my partner's car for a little bit?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah.
All right, just sit here, okay?
Look at this. Can you imagine seeing this?
We'll be right back. I promise you.
Well, I'm not going to be okay.
You're not?
No.
Yeah, you will. We gotta go wake up mommy.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back. I promise. Okay.
What do you think mommy's taking? Put the chemical cocktails that you think that she's on.
Oh, see, I was going to say other than your penis. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Other than dick, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Gave her a couple sloppy joes.
Sheriff's office. She's down on the ground right here. Sheriff's office. Hello. Can you hear me? What are we doing? What's going on?
What's going on with you?
Wasted.
My way.
You been drinking? Where's your son?
Where's Keegan? Hey, where's Keegan?
Let me tell you where your son is. He went outside and walked down the road, and somebody called the police.
Shut the f- up.
No, that's why we're here. So what's going on with you?
I was sleeping.
She's down on the ground like a dog.
Evan?
He's safe.
Evan's not here. Who is Evan?
I spent the night.
Okay.
Can I put some clothes on?
How much have you had to drink?
I slept the night before. I didn't drink.
Okay, so you haven't had any alcohol today?
No, I didn't.
Use
I
any-
went to sleep.
Hang on.
Can I put my clothes on?
Not right now. I'm gonna have the paramedics come look at you. Do you want to sit down on the couch?
No.
Have a seat.
No,
Please. Have a seat.
God.
Please.
Where's Evan?
Who is Evan?
Evan's like my best friend.
How old is Evan?
Evan's the friend with benefits. That's like white nug nug.
19.
Was Evan here the other night?
Evan's 19. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
City
Please,
boy, city boy.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You know she was getting.
Please.
Where's Evan?
Who is Evan?
Evan's like my best friend.
How old is Evan?
19.
Was Evan here the other night with you?
No, Evan was not here last night. Evan was sitting right next to me.
Okay.
Sleeping.
So what time did you go to bed?
11.
Do you know what time it is right now?
It's like 4 in
Do you
the
know what today's
afternoon.
date is? I don't want you looking.
Today's like the 17th.
Yeah.
Or 16th.
Okay.
It's probably about 11 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. It's not 11 o'clock in the morning.
What time is it?
It's like 7:30.
Yeah, let me see.
Well, 7. See? 7 p.m. So you had somebody here named Evan.
What does 304 equal? 7.
You were sleeping.
He's not here?
No. What does he drive?
Hyundai.
What color is it?
Right.
White.
Where's my son?
Your son's safe.
Where is he at? Where is he at?
He's with a deputy, okay? He's
No,
fine.
I don't want him to be with a deputy. I want him to
Okay,
call
well,
Lisa.
then he shouldn't have been walking down the road by himself.
I need him to call Lisa. And Lisa's the one that is got a custody arrangement with him.
That's fine. We'll do that.
I need to do that.
Let me get some information from you, okay? What is Lisa's last name? You have her phone number?
That's my boyfriend in the jail. Do you want her phone number? Yes. Baby, the police are in front of me right
Oh,
now. They apparently I've slept until 7 o'clock at night, and they took Keaton. And
Yeah, the kid's just trying to get out of there.
Right now, baby, they're in front of you right now.
Ma'am, listen. There's an emergency with your child. We need to talk to you.
I'm giving you the
Okay?
number. Lisa's number is. I don't No, I went to sleep and Evan left. Evan left, and then he starts walking
She
down
just
the
went to sleep
road
right on the
by
floor.
himself. Why?
Like a dog.
Why? Can I see my kid? Can I go see my child, please?
Not right now.
Why? Why can I not see him?
We're talking to you. We're
Did
having
you notice she was like sleeping in this dog bed over here? She was literally sleeping on the floor like a dog.
a conversation. I'm
That's
trying
I want
to.
to see my kid.
Not right now. I'm gonna have the paramedics come check you out. But
Maybe.
you can't go see Keaton right
I
now.
hope. I know. I'm not trying to get myself in trouble. I'm already in trouble. What the f- was he doing walking down the road?
So is Lisa the one that lives here and you're just staying here?
No, it's my house.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Lisa wasn't gonna let you come over anymore.
Lisa is the one that has been taking care of my kid because I just started a new job.
Oh, okay.
And I already got arrested last week. And
I got you.
I'm not trying to go back.
You're such a big boy. You are a big boy. Good job, buddy. So he's ate up with mosquitoes. We have any anti-itch cream?
The only thing I got is alcohol.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
It's gonna burn, and that's about it. What hurts on you, bud?
The bug bites.
You got some bug bites. My kids don't like those either. Does anything else hurt?
Well, I'm scared of crab spiders. Well, they leave us alone.
Do they?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nothing else is hurting you? Didn't like hit your head or anything?
Well, me and mommy see the big Jorbo spider.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're so brave.
The last time, we was outside because when it was dark, the last time, me and Evan and mommy, something happened really bad.
Yeah. Where did Evan go?
Well, Evan is gone. Evan drives away from us.
Why?
I don't know because nobody knows Evan's well.
Okay. You have somebody to come take care of you?
Yeah.
Whose house are you normally at besides mommy's?
I always go to Lisa's house.
Lisa's house?
Yeah.
Okay.
I go to two houses, mommy's and Lisa's.
Okay.
Well, I don't ever go to Jen's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
Notice,
I was sleeping.
she didn't say
You were
any.
sleeping and then you woke up. Why'd you go outside?
Because I was waiting for Evan.
Oh.
Notice there were no men in his life. All dunderheaded single moms, a sister of a single mom, an aunt of a single mom, a neighbor of a single mom who's also a single mom. That's who this kid's been around this whole time. The only guy is Neg Nug when he slams her, and when this kid's in the other room playing on his tablet or something, Nug Nug's in there smashing it and getting lit the entire time. The house is trashed. They're just getting lit the entire time.
This is so sad.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
We should have stayed inside with mommy, though. Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you go walk down the road looking for Evan? Or you just stayed right here?
I just stayed right there.
You stayed right there? Okay.
The last time it was dark, we all played in the road because no cars was coming, and I was acting like a spider.
Do you know how long ago you had something to eat?
Yeah.
Did you have lunch?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you have to eat?
My old school was Bright Beginners.
Okay. What did you have today for lunch?
And that time I go to new school.
Do you know what you ate today? What food you had today?
I know my teacher's name. I got two teachers.
Well, mommy wasn't able to. Mommy was blacked out. So mommy was doing Netflix and chill, getting pounded by Nug Nug or something in here.
No.
Please let me see my child.
Not right now. Stop.
Can you imagine waking up to this? For like you slept for 20 hours and then your kid is gone and cops are in your house and everything. She has some cans though.
Sit down.
The one that has the arrangement with him, please.
Have a seat on the sofa, please.
She's got.
Sit down.
No.
I want the paramedics to come look at you. I want them to come evaluate
See
you.
my child.
Go right here.
Please, I want to go see my child, please. Just do what you need to do and let me go see my kid. My partner's out there.
Yeah, he doesn't want to admit it.
No, I need
I was thinking
Evan
that
to
same
come back
thing,
here
Steve.
now. Evan left, and the police are here and said that Keaton was walking down the side of the road while I was asleep.
So our other friend's stranded on the side of the road.
I can't tell him anything. They won't let me talk to him.
So her other single mom, dunderheaded 304 friend broke down on the side of the road trying to go help her. See, not one man in his life.
Hoes of a feather flock together.
Yep. They get their flying V flock. That's why they fly south. That's why they get goosed. Oh!
Evan left for a second.
This is an old crow hoe, too. She's an old crow hoe and kind of smoker, drunk, alcoholic. Like, she's probably been, like, the bar maiden for years.
He walked down the side of the road.
Yeah, your blood pressure's a little bit.
Yeah, given the fact.
Yeah, I get that situation. Have you drank any today, though?
Not today.
Not today. Have you taken anything?
Not today, just 20 hours ago when I, like, blacked out.
I take my like I'm supposed to.
Oh, Suboxone hoe.
When did you take your?
So Evan was giving her some of that H train.
Oh, this morning? Okay. So you just fell asleep?
I'm supposed to take 2 in the morning and then 1 in the afternoon. I haven't even taken that afternoon.
Okay, are you wanting to go to the hospital with us?
Why? No, my kid is here. I'm not leaving until he is picked up. At least he's on the way.
We're going to take you to the hospital.
I want to see him.
And that's fine. But it's either they stay with you
no,
or
because
we take you to the hospital. So I need to know which one you want.
Why do I need to go to the hospital?
Because I'm not saying you do. I'm asking you, would you like to go with us? We came here to check
So
you
why
out
are you
and
asking me if?
Because
what I have to do.
when we found you, you were unconscious and you were out of it. That's why they want to ask you if you want to go to the hospital. Do you want to go?
We're just trying to see if you need any help, okay?
I went there what hospital? Because I went there and my blood pressure was higher than that. Didn't do for me. They just were like, "Oh, you're recovery."
Oh man, these are robbing kids, guys. This is probably government housing and stuff too.
And you don't have to come with us. That's fine. But I'm asking you if you'd like to go
Which yeah, she's pushing it now.
with us because if not, we can leave and they can handle it. We can just get
No,
you
they take me to jail because I have high blood pressure.
I haven't said anything about taking you to jail.
I was just there the other day.
We're just trying to figure out what was happening today. Why we're here.
I don't either. I took my medication and I fell asleep. Evan was here. Evan left for a second.
You took your medication and like a bottle of Jack.
What the my kid? I bet you ran through that door. Let me see. Yes. Oh my God.
Stop. Not go out there.
Look at this.
I know. I see it. Go back into the living room.
Why do I have to go back to living room?
Because you're not free to go right now.
Why?
You're detained for an investigation.
For what?
Right now for reckless conduct. That's what we're looking at.
What? Misconduct.
Reckless conduct. Do you want to go to the hospital with these folks or not?
We're not going to take you against.
I want to make sure that my kid is picked up before I go. I want to see him and make sure he's okay.
That's not going to happen right now.
Why?
Because
Because
we're handling this investigation.
Hey, what's your name?
Ogan. You see your pupils?
Stop.
They're not adjusting at all of the light. They're open, stuck open.
Probably. I'm not. You can. I don't mind doing after jail or whatever you want me to do.
So what did you take? Because you took something. Stop.
You want
You're not going to walk around.
Want me to show you?
Sit down. Sit down
So
on the
let me show
couch.
you my medicine.
I don't want you to show me. I want you to tell me. What else did you take? Because you took something else.
You took Ethan's dingaling.
And then I'm going to take gabapentin
Or Evan's
and
dingaling.
gabapentin and this one.
When did you take your gabapentin?
Before I went to sleep.
Last night, when you went to sleep last night.
You haven't taken it today.
See how they're always on a multitude of drugs? All it takes is a few drinks and they're cooked. You know what I mean? So it's like tripling the effect of it. It's like that's a whole cocktail of drugs every day. And you know she also smokes cigarettes, has coffee, alcohol, probably Adderall and stuff when she can get it, all over the map. Crazy.
No, I was asleep until you.
How would you expect someone to be stable when they're reliant on a drug to keep them somewhat stable?
My door.
Okay, but we can get out of your hair. I just didn't know if you want to go to the hospital. That's it. And that's
Fine, I'll do.
You'll lose them, so we'll be gone, and then we'll just be them.
I'll go.
Well, then let's go.
Oh, hold on. Can I put on a shirt? Oh, yeah. Can I see my child before I go, please?
No,
She's just gonna start playing the time wasting game now.
Why?
because he's outside with Deputy Richards.
No.
Yes.
He needs to see my face. He needs to see a familiar face, please.
Lisa's on her way, right?
No, please, can you see my face?
Okay. Do you want to get a shirt so we can go?
Child.
Or not? If you don't want to go, that's fine. Don't go.
When I grow up, I will be a police.
You do? You want to help people?
Yeah.
Like we're helping you today?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to take out.
Well, we try to do our best to help even little ones. Do you know your mommy's address, where she lives?
Yeah, I know where she lives.
You know where she lives. Do you know
On
the
them
numbers?
streets.
Oh, yeah. I counted 20. 1, 2, 3.
You're
4,
just precious, let me tell you.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Yeah.
10,
Do you know Miss Lisa's phone number? No.
Yeah.
Look at this big puppy.
Oh, that's cute.
It's cute, huh? Well,
I love puppies like
he's
that.
probably nicer than he looks. Huh? Yeah.
Now
Well,
look at what the
he's not
kid's
in trouble.
embarrassing the mom.
He was outside alone, and we're helping him. Okay. Are you Evan?
I am.
I need to get your information real quick, okay? Little Kenyon here came outside looking for you after you left.
I knew I locked my door. And you can't open the front door.
Yeah.
Evan, I got
This
out
is the
back
19-year-old
door,
kid.
the front door. Evan, I got out the back.
What's your...
I know, but I locked it, Keaton.
Well, I
Is it
unlocked
Keaton?
it.
Yeah, Keaton. Keaton.
Okay, how long were you here today?
Just about all day.
Okay.
I just left to go pick up his book bags for school tomorrow.
You're gonna
This guy was maybe this kid was smashing her.
Staying here for the evening,
Or maybe brought her or something. Like kind of, it could have been him.
Okay. How long has she been sleeping?
I like the
She had no
inside
idea what
of
time
your
it
car.
was.
I do your car.
What time did you get here?
I've been here since a couple days.
I like the
Okay.
inside.
We were outside and watched the car. And I guess that's supposed to.
I was outside watching the car.
Can you find my bag so I can get my medication in my... You can follow me. I don't care.
She's still like just wandering around, wasting everyone's time. Cops, EMS. I don't know why these EMS workers are just standing here, like asking if you want to go. They are kind of being sort of annoying.
I'll be able to give you your medicine.
They are women.
No, they're not going to give you. I'm supposed to do my afternoon dose at 1 o'clock, and I didn't even take it.
Well, where are your shoes on? Let's get your shoes
No.
on. Either you want to go with them or
Yes,
you don't.
I'm going, but I want my bag with my medication in it. It's the most important thing.
Your son was the most
Where's my
important thing.
purse?
Oh.
Making you go to the hospital.
We're not making you go.
I'm going to the hospital. No, I'm never getting out of jail, probably.
Can you imagine if this was a guy?
Vitals are
No, I
completely
couldn't.
stable. Then why? You're pulling in? Okay, you're pulling in now? Please check on Keaton. Please check on Keaton. They won't even let me check on him. He's in the back of the
5:24 to 11.
car.
There should be
They
a
won't
female
let me
coming up
look
named
at him.
Evan. It's going to be the other one that was here. You want to be seen by the hospital?
I don't want to go to jail. Going with us to the hospital is not going to prevent that. I got arrested the other day. Okay. And since then,
And you see how fast they turn on the fake waterworks, waterworks, and how fast they turn it off.
From
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah.
I have been trying to
Mid-sentence.
change my life. I have 3 years clean. I have not done in 3 years.
And the lie detector says,
Yeah, that's a
I
lie.
don't do that anymore. I may drink a little bit. That's about it. I already got
I may
arrested.
have
No
drank a
board.
little bit. Yeah, please.
I'm 3 years celibate.
Listen to this though. I already got arrested on Tuesday for DUI. That's what it's. Oh, maybe I drank a little bit. You drink harder than ever after DUI. That's what happens. Those are some of the best drinks. A drink after a DUI. Oh my God, that's good. I'm just kidding.
Megan, do you want to go with them or not?
I do. I want my bag.
Okay, well,
Where go,
we don't know
please?
where your bag is. They're leaving. Are you going with them or not?
If I can't have my medication, then I won't go.
No, we're not going to go look through your car.
I'm going to go.
All right, then you're being placed under arrest.
I'm
Put your
gonna
hands on
go.
your
Nice, yeah. Stop letting this woman waste everyone's time.
Ma'am, I just said I was going to go with
Can't find your back. You're done.
I was going down.
Nice, nice. You just shoved her into the couch, and she. That's what was happening 20 hours ago.
I said I was going to
You're
go
not
with them.
going with them anymore. You're going to jail.
Why?
Reckless conduct.
I said I was going to go with them.
You're high right now. You're not going with them. You're going to jail.
I'm not high.
Drop the vape.
I'm not
Let me go check on my partner. I'm gonna close my door and lock it. The window's open so you can talk to him. Would you mind just hanging out with him for a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know for a fact a lot of people.
I know. Kids are kids.
And
I mean,
who do you trust more, this kid or the mom?
He could be able to reach up there a lot.
This kid probably is like simping to get with that mom or something, or maybe he has done something.
Yeah.
And I know he could get out the front door because he doesn't know how to open the front door. He could get like jiggling it, you know.
Yeah.
So I know he could.
Did you try to wake her up or anything?
Yeah, I told her. I said, hey, you know, I'm gonna head out for a second. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, she's under arrest. So, I have no idea. I just saw her walk out. So, just hang out here with me.
Evan! Separate your feet. Separate your feet.
Where's Evan? He's right there. There's his car.
Have a seat.
Come on, dude.
Sit in the
You
car.
won't let me see my child.
No, sit in the car.
Why?
Because your child's going to come with us to the sheriff's office.
No,
Sit down.
he's not.
Yes, he is. Sit
No,
down.
Lisa is going to pick him up.
No, she's not. I'm calling DFAX, and they're going to come get him.
No, they're not.
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Lisa already has an agreement with him.
Well, then they can take that up with Lisa.
Nice.
But I don't have an agreement with Lisa.
Is that Lisa?
Yeah.
That guy's not playing.
Yeah, she needs to come here. She's a guardian.
She's on the way.
Okay. Hey, Lisa, I'm assuming you're the one of the legal guardians of Keaton.
I'm not sure if it's considered guardianship, but yes, Megan did sign a notarized statement saying that I could take care of him and make medical choices and whatnot for him.
Perfect. You're on your way.
I am, officer, but I am about to have a nervous breakdown right now. My car died on me. We're on our way.
Okay.
Take the kid to the office. I'm going to call DFAX. I'm not leaving the kid here.
Lisa's on for
What is it? DCFS or something?
I don't know who Lisa is.
She has a signed affidavit.
Then why is the kid here?
Doesn't mean mom.
Is it like a
33.
visit that's
She has a power of attorney to take care of. I just talked to her on the phone.
Yeah.
Allegedly. I don't know. I haven't seen any documents. So.
And I don't feel comfortable with who this Lisa lady is. I think DFAX needs
Yeah, I think this guy is actually right.
to handle that. Unless she shows up here with some court
She's probably just as bad as the mom is.
order signed by a judge.
Let me see what she has. I'm gonna have.
This is a DEI hire right here.
I'm gonna redirect her to the sheriff's office.
Yes.
Did you see her take anything?
No, she hasn't had anything. The drain, she hasn't had anything. She does take medicine that does make her sleepy.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's called.
Does he have a car seat here?
I got one in my car.
All right, I'm gonna need to grab that. So can you call Lisa back real quick? I'm gonna have her meet me up at the sheriff's office.
So what's the charges going to be?
For her reckless conduct. All right, buddy. We're gonna take you to the sheriff's office where we're gonna meet Miss Lisa. Okay?
Okay.
Want a snack when we get to the office?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love snacks.
You love snacks. Okay. We're gonna go for a ride. You ready?
Yeah.
High five. All right. You get to ride in the police car. How cool is that? Super cool, huh?
Yeah.
And when we get to the sheriff's office, I'll turn on my blue lights for you. Would you like to see light?
Yeah.
The lights up here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I promise. You see,
look at that dunderheaded
blue
mom.
lights. Look,
And
we're gonna take him in.
But I think this is a good point. You know, we say it all the time. You know, we're pro good cop, and you know, police officers, law enforcement, they have a tough enough job as is. But I will say this: I have dealt with one or two of my, fair share of thunderheads, but overwhelmingly, the majority of my interactions with law enforcement have been, for all intended purposes, pleasant. You know, I'm always respectful. I don't, at the end of the day, they got tough enough jobs. I'm not here to make your job more challenging what it really is. Now, I'm not going to incriminate myself, and I don't pay $5,000-$10,000 retainers for no reason. But with that being said, I've been in the wrong a lot of times, and I've gotten let go with warnings. They could have piled on a bunch of tickets or whatever the case on me. And like I told you, I had some court issue last week I had to go to. Judge dismissed everything because, like I said, I'm respectful. And yes, I will play that disabled vet game. I will play my disabled vet card.
Yeah, nice.
But this cop right here with kids and everything like that, this is on average, this is what a lot of cops are like. In my opinion, on average, they're
Yeah.
more good than bad.
Yeah, they were very reasonable. Made it take a moderate, did let everyone basically say their side of the story. They also didn't go blame that 19-year-old kid. He just seems like a good kid.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they didn't try to blame it on him or something.
But look at how they treat. But look how they treat that little boy.
Yeah.
They didn't traumatize him. This kid is having the time of his life. This kid has no idea the shit show that he has. And so yeah. So kudos on I'm kudosing on the cop situation, how to handle the kid. That thunderhead mom, she should have been tased and cuffed a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, it still might happen, and say maybe this.
Oh, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
In this, and this caregiver woman.
You can come in with me.
Okay, let me grab some pictures.
Okay.
I'm glad to see Lisa because she's my best friend.
Oh. Lisa's your best friend? Now look at all the stuff you get to color. We have to contact DFACS, and then they can make a decision. Let me see what you got there. Okay, so they're familiar with you?
Yeah.
Do you have a caseworker?
Well, the case is closed, but it was
Okay.
in Ms. Grant. I never caught her first name. But this is what Megan was going to go into some sort of.
Look at how irresponsible this mother is. Legally, she has to have other people take care of it and stuff. These people are just chaos.
Clinic. And so she wanted.
This woman's just trying to salvage this kid's upbringing somewhat and make him not be a complete idiot. Exposed to all this nonsense.
And I also think that's part of the problem.
That they have these people that step in because they enable it.
There are too many.
They're enablers. Enable whore.
Yep.
She's an enable whore.
There are too many. These females have way too many opportunities to get bailed out of their poor choices and bad decisions. There's always going to be someone to save these chicks. And, and I've said this before that, I have not always been very selective.
She don't want to be saved, ho.
And I'll be the first to admit, I have not always been very selective with who I pipe down, but I definitely have been very selective in regards to, strapping up. Guys, dick disciplined will saying no, and dick discipline will keep you out of more trouble than not exercising dick discipline.
Yeah.
Don't depend on dumb luck. These chicks, especially if you do that got some motion, and even if you don't got that motion right now, but you're putting the work in, because the good thing about being a man is time magnifies and compounds everything that we do. And if you're out here finding ways to add value, get compensated for that value, you save, grow, and invest a portion of that value. I spoke to a gentleman today who he worked from 1999 to 2005. And during that time frame between him and his employer, they put less than $200,000 in his retirement account, and that $200,000 he had an aggressive asset allocation, and he hasn't added a dime to that account since 2005. And as of yesterday's close, his balance was a little over $700,000. Time magnifies and compounds everything, and that's our superpower. We put in the work, and we just put our head down, and we just keep swinging.
Just keep pounding.
Yep. more than just these 304s.
Yeah.
Not done it yet, so he's still with me here a month later.
Who's Jennifer Varela Rita Moon?
Jennifer was his first foster mom years ago.
Oh man, this seems like a great kid too. And
Yes,
she's
he
around
is.
these idiot trash people. Wow.
And I just want to say one more thing. And look, I know I got some shiznick with me. But I tell people all the time, I'm a benevolent dictator with a heart of gold. And I have a soft spot for kids. And yes, I've dated single moms. And one of the challenges with dating single moms is a lot of time you start developing feelings for these kids and they develop feelings for you.
Yeah.
And I have stayed in relationships with single mothers longer than I should have because of the kid. And and I'm going to give you some prescriptive advice. Avoid single moms, especially if you're a good dude with a good heart, because kids are
they won't like you anyways. Oh,
but come on, but a little boy like that,
the kid will.
How can you not? How can you not love a little boy like that?
Yeah, the single mom.
Exactly. And this chick, and that single mom will put you through effing hell, and she will weaponize your good heart and your feelings for that kid. She will weaponize it. Absolutely. And you will stay in bad situations longer than you should have because you're a good dude with a good heart.
Yeah.
But given the circumstances, it's not court appointed, right?
Okay.
So, and DFACS kind of likes that.
Right.
They may accept that. I don't know.
I've just been in her life. Keaton, I'm in love with him. He's like my own grandchild. I don't want to blame it on somebody else, but she met up with somebody who had the same issues that she does, and it was just
drug addict. Yep.
Yep. And I'm telling you, the sisterhood is crazy. What did she just effing say? She want to blame it on someone else. These chicks, not only won't they take accountability for their own poor choices and bad decisions, but the females that are in their life and surrounded around them will also try to look for someone else to try to blame.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
explosion.
Okay.
And all went downhill. For both of them.
Okay.
Ms. Grant, the social worker that was handling the case because there had been a call earlier, she said the agreement that Megan and I had would stand.
But see how she has to be the adult of someone who already has a kid and should be an adult, and looked like kind of older too. She looked like she was, I don't know, like in her 40s or something.
Okay.
If not even older.
But she was still the mom and could visit him and see him whenever she wanted to, unless she was under the influence like she was that day. She was trying to snatch him out of the car seat.
Yeah.
So when she wanted to see him this weekend, I drove him over here.
Yeah.
She was fine when I left him.
When did you drive him over here?
Yesterday.
What time?
It was probably about 1.
Yeah, because by the time we met up with her last night, she was wasted.
You're kidding.
We responded to a call last night. She couldn't get in the house.
Was Keaton outside with her?
With her, Keaton, and something.
Oh, that's when they're in the road, probably.
Evan.
Okay, yeah, that's it then. That's it. I didn't want to push it, but we had talked about the kinship thing where I would officially be Keaton's like foster parent.
Yeah.
And I could only agree. I could agree or disagree whether she saw him or not. I was kind of hoping that maybe I could kind of coax her into that voluntarily. But
I think what you probably need to do is go down to the courthouse.
oh wait,
And see, this woman though is at least trying to be kind of a leader in her own way. At least try to like help somebody.
hang on, this is Jen.
Who's
the other
Jen?
customer. I'm able to take him home with me, but they need defects to make a call. I was hoping you could maybe make a phone call or two. He was sitting in the middle of the road. Oh my God. Okay, yes. Please call. She's usually the first call. Like when defects gets called.
Look at all these other people in chain of events that needs to be just so this kid's away from this idiot mom.
Call her.
We dealt with her
Over the last week, at least 5 times.
like
5 times in the last week. Wow.
5 times over the last week.
She's always
That's basically like every day or every other day.
in some state of under the influence of something.
I want to do whatever I need to
And
do.
here's the thing. And here's the thing. If they don't get that kid away from her, he is going to be in the system 10 years from now.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what the environment he's grown up in. That's all he's seen.
Yeah.
That's all he knows. That's all he cares about. That's all he values. You know,
that. I think who was it?
He's going to have access to drugs to take and sell because he's around it because his mom's doing it. You know,
Well,
he's going to
Liberty.
take his mom's roaches to smoke weed. You know, all the regular stuff.
Well, Liberty said it best. That kid has a heart of gold.
Yeah.
And at 4, and how many times? At what point in time does he start to realize that innocent? And so I have rules. I have a code, and one of my codes is, first, I don't get involved with anyone that wants more than what I'm willing to give, and I refuse to take or steal someone's innocence.
Unless it's a woman. Let's finish this video.
That's why I don't date virgins. Because I know I'm not going to marry you.
Half his life now. He and his mom used to come down and spend like Friday nights with us because she had a great job. She ran a dairy department in Loganville Kroger. They would come spend the night. She would get up the next day, go to work. I would keep keeping all day for her. I was just kind of concerned about how late it was because he's got school tomorrow.
So what was your plan today? But if you took him over there at 1 yesterday, have you called and checked on him since?
Oh yeah. I mean, his mom and I communicate.
And you didn't recognize that she would slur speech or?
Oh, well, it's usually over text, but I'll just ask how's Keith, and either he's fine watching a movie or something like that.
What was your plan to go back and pick him up?
The plan had been for him to stay tonight. She was going to take him to school tomorrow. She wasn't answering my texts later in the afternoon, so I started calling Evan, who is kind of a mutual friend, but more Megan's friend. He said she was napping.
Yeah, why is that guy hanging out there too? That's a bit weird.
He tried to wake.
Remember that other 19? He seemed nice. He seemed innocent. He seemed, you know, it just seems weird how they're just all comfortable. Like, oh, he's a friend. You know, is he a friend for the little kid or a friend for her? Because he's like in the middle age.
Or maybe he waits until she falls asleep.
That's what I was thinking too. He does whatever he wants. Yeah.
And he gets in where he fits in.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking that. He had 20 hours. Yeah.
And I said, well, don't, you know, she's not going to be able to answer my questions anyway. Just never mind. But I knew Evan was.
You probably can't feel anything back there anyways.
There. Evan's not a drinker. Evan's not a. But now I'm kind of wondering if maybe Evan was keeping things from me just because he didn't want Megan to get mad if he told her business.
He left the house.
Evan left the house.
It's not his responsibility. He can leave whenever he wants. It's not his kid.
Yes.
I hope he's not your friend after this.
See how they keep asking about him? It's also like, well, it's not his kid really either.
He texted me earlier and I said, I don't have anything to say to you. And it's sad because he's just a kid. He's like maybe 20.
Looks like a monster. Okay. All right.
Here, I'll trade you an Oreo for a crayon.
He doesn't want that.
Okay. He's drawing a monster.
Okay.
All right, thank y'all. If y'all need me for anything else, let me know.
Appreciate you. Thank y'all so much.
Yep.
Thank you for everything.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thanks,
No.
guys.
You fine, you man. You good.
Appreciate everything y'all did.
The woman was charged with reckless conduct and endangerment.
Wow. Insane. Really insane. So I'm going to call it a night, guys. Thanks for being here. Put a lot of time in. Any last words you want to say, Seagrip?
No, thank you for allowing me on your stream. Good show as usual. Looking forward to the next one.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe if you're new.